From crumbling temples to silent stones, clues lie scattered like a broken puzzle. The Nazca Lines stretch across Peru's desert, giant shapes best seen from the sky. Who carved them? Why? Nobody knows. In Turkey, Göbekli Tepe rises, a temple older than history itself, mocking everything we thought we knew. Then there's the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient machine so advanced it feels like time travel. These 65 mysteries aren't just cracks in the past, they are gaping holes. Science stares into them and blinks. Every discovery raises more questions, as if history is laughing at our confidence. Archaeologists have unearthed numerous fascinating lost cities throughout history, each offering a unique glimpse into ancient civilizations. One of the most captivating is Petra, the rose-red city carved into sandstone cliffs in modern-day Jordan. Hidden for centuries, this once thriving trade center of the Nabatean Empire features intricate facades and a complex water conduit system that allowed its inhabitants to thrive in the harsh desert environment. Equally mysterious is Machu Picchu, the Incan citadel perched high in the Andes Mountains of Peru. Abandoned and forgotten for hundreds of years, this architectural marvel was rediscovered in 1911. Its precise stone construction and strategic location have led to much speculation about its purpose, from royal estate to sacred religious site. In the jungles of Cambodia lies Angkor, the sprawling capital of the Khmer Empire. This vast complex of temples and cities, including the famous Angkor Wat, was lost to the world for centuries before being rediscovered in the 1800s. The sheer scale of Angkor and its sophisticated water management system continue to amaze researchers and visitors alike. Another intriguing lost city is Mohenjo-Daro, located in present-day Pakistan. This ancient urban center of the Indus Valley civilization boasted advanced city planning with a grid-like street layout and an elaborate drainage system, showcasing a level of urban sophistication that was unparalleled for its time over 4,000 years ago. These lost cities, each with their unique stories and mysteries, continue to captivate our imagination and drive archaeological research forward. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey has revolutionized our understanding of early human civilization. This ancient site, dating back to around 10,000 years ago, predates the invention of pottery, metallurgy, writing, and even agriculture. Its existence challenges the long-held belief that complex societies only emerged after humans transitioned to farming. Göbekli Tepe consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circular patterns, many adorned with intricate carvings of animals and abstract symbols. The sophistication of these structures suggests a level of organization and craftsmanship previously thought impossible for hunter-gatherer societies. This revelation forces us to reconsider the capabilities of our ancestors and the factors that drove the development of complex social structures. Perhaps most intriguingly, Göbekli Tepe appears to have been deliberately buried around 8,000 years ago for reasons we still do not fully understand. This intentional preservation has left archaeologists with a remarkably well-preserved glimpse into a crucial period of human development. The site's existence implies that the impetus for creating monumental architecture and intricate art may have been spiritual or cultural, rather than purely practical. The implications of Göbekli Tepe extend beyond archaeology, influencing our understanding of human cognitive development and social evolution. It suggests that complex religious or ideological systems may have played a more significant role in the emergence of civilization than previously thought, potentially predating and even driving the agricultural revolution. This discovery continues to reshape our narrative of human history, reminding us that our journey from hunter-gatherers to complex societies was far more nuanced and multifaceted than we once believed. Mohenjo-Daro, one of the largest and best-preserved urban settlements of the ancient Indus Valley civilization, continues to captivate archaeologists and historians with its enigmatic past. Located in present-day Pakistan, This 4,000-year-old city has yielded numerous puzzles that researchers are still trying to solve. One of the most intriguing mysteries is the undeciphered script found on seals and pottery throughout the site. Despite decades of effort, linguists have been unable to crack the code of these ancient writings, leaving us in the dark about the city's administrative systems, religious beliefs, and daily life. This linguistic puzzle has prevented us from fully understanding the culture and society of Mohenjo-Daro's inhabitants. The city's advanced urban planning and sophisticated water management system raise questions about the level of technological knowledge possessed by its builders. The presence of a large, purpose-built water tank, often referred to as the Great Bath, has led to speculation about its function. Was it used for religious purification rituals, as a public bathing facility, or did it serve some other unknown purpose? Perhaps the most perplexing mystery is the sudden decline and abandonment of Mohenjo-Daro around 1800 BCE. Theories range from climate change and shifting river courses to invasions and economic collapse, but the exact cause remains elusive. As archaeologists continue to unearth new evidence, the secrets of this ancient city slowly come to light, offering tantalizing glimpses into a sophisticated urban civilization that flourished long before the rise of classical antiquity. The lost city of Herakleion holds immense significance for archaeologists, offering a rare glimpse into the ancient world. Discovered in 2001 off the coast of Egypt, this submerged metropolis had been hidden beneath the Mediterranean Sea for over 1,000 years. Its rediscovery has provided an unprecedented opportunity to study an intact ancient Egyptian port city, frozen in time by the waters that engulfed it. Herakleion, also known as Thonis to the Egyptians, was a vital hub for trade and religion in the ancient world. The city's vast collection of artifacts, including colossal statues, intricate jewelry, and ritual objects, has shed new light on the economic and cultural exchanges between ancient Egypt and the Mediterranean world. These findings have allowed archaeologists to piece together a more comprehensive understanding of life in this bustling port during the late period of ancient Egypt. One of the most remarkable aspects of Herakleion is the preservation of its infrastructure. The city's network of canals, harbors, and religious complexes remains largely intact, providing invaluable insights into ancient urban planning and engineering. This level of preservation is exceptionally rare for terrestrial sites, making Herakleion a treasure trove of information for researchers studying ancient civilizations. Furthermore, the discovery of Herakleion has prompted archaeologists to re-evaluate historical accounts and myths surrounding the region. The city's existence and eventual submergence have helped corroborate ancient texts and legends, bridging the gap between mythology and historical fact. This convergence of archaeological evidence and historical narratives makes Herakleion a crucial site for understanding the complex relationship between ancient Egyptian and Greek cultures in the Mediterranean world. Machu Picchu, the ancient Incan city nestled high in the Andes Mountains of Peru, has long fascinated archaeologists and historians. One prominent theory suggests that Machu Picchu served as a royal estate for Inca emperors and nobles. This idea is supported by the site's elaborate architecture and its relatively small size, which could not have supported a large permanent population. Another theory proposes that Machu Picchu was a sacred religious site. The presence of numerous temples, ritualistic stones, and astronomically aligned structures lends credence to this idea. Some researchers believe it may have been used as a pilgrimage destination or a place for religious ceremonies and astronomical observations. Regarding its construction, experts agree that the Inca built Machu Picchu using an impressive technique called ashlar masonry. This method involved cutting large stones to fit together perfectly without mortar. The Inca demonstrated remarkable engineering skills, creating structures that have withstood centuries of earthquakes and erosion. The purpose of Machu Picchu remains a subject of ongoing debate and research. Some scholars suggest it may have served multiple functions, combining elements of a royal retreat, religious center, and administrative hub. As new archaeological evidence emerges, our understanding of this enigmatic site continues to evolve, adding to its allure and mystery. The discovery of coral soup in Peru has revolutionized our understanding of early South American civilizations. This ancient city, located in the Supa Valley, dates back to approximately 2600 BCE, making it one of the oldest urban centers in the Americas. Its existence challenges long-held beliefs about the development of complex societies in the region. Before coral soup was unearthed, archaeologists generally thought that the first complex civilizations in South America emerged around 1500 BCE. However, this discovery pushes that timeline back by more than a millennium. The city's sophisticated architecture, including large pyramids, circular plazas, and intricate irrigation systems, demonstrates a level of social organization and engineering prowess previously unknown for this early period. Coral soup has also altered our perceptions of how early civilizations developed. Unlike many other ancient societies, there is no evidence of warfare or defensive structures in the city. This suggests that the culture thrived through trade and cooperation rather than conflict. The discovery of musical instruments and evidence of complex rituals indicates a rich cultural life, further expanding our view of early South American societies. Furthermore, the influence of coral soup appears to have been widespread, with similar architectural styles found in other sites along the Peruvian coast. This implies a larger sphere of cultural influence than previously imagined, hinting at extensive trade networks and shared cultural practices across a broad region. The discovery of coral soup has thus opened up new avenues of research and continues to reshape our understanding of the origins and development of civilization in South America. The underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey captivates our imagination with its intricate network of subterranean chambers and passageways. This ancient marvel, carved deep into the soft volcanic rock of Cappadocia, stands as a testament to human ingenuity and the lengths people will go to for survival and protection. Derinkuyu is not just any underground structure, it is a vast, multi-level city that could accommodate up to 20,000 people. This underground metropolis extends to depths of approximately 200 feet, featuring living quarters, storage rooms, communal spaces, and even livestock pens. The city's sophisticated ventilation system, which reaches all levels, demonstrates the advanced engineering skills of its ancient builders. One of the most intriguing aspects of Derinkuyu is its elaborate security system. Massive stone doors, weighing up to 1,000 pounds each, could be rolled into place to seal off sections of the city. These doors were designed to be operated only from the inside, providing protection against invaders. The narrow, twisting passageways between levels were also part of this defense strategy, making it difficult for enemies to navigate the underground labyrinth. The purpose and exact age of Derinkuyu remain subjects of debate among historians and archaeologists. Some theories suggest it was built as early as the 7th or 8th century BCE, possibly by the Phrygians. Others propose it was expanded during the Byzantine era as a refuge for Christians fleeing persecution. Regardless of its origins, Derinkuyu stands as a remarkable example of ancient underground architecture and a fascinating glimpse into the lives and challenges of our ancestors. The ancient city of Petra, nestled in the rugged desert canyons of southern Jordan, stands as a testament to human ingenuity and architectural brilliance. Carved directly into vibrant red, white, and sandstone cliff faces, this once thriving capital city of the Nabatean Empire has captivated explorers and historians for centuries. Petra's most iconic feature is its elaborate tomb and temple architecture, with the famous treasury building serving as a prime example of the Nabateans' exceptional stone carving skills. These structures were not built, but rather chiseled out of the living rock, creating a seamless blend between natural landscape and human craftsmanship. The city's advanced water conduit system is another marvel that contributes to its archaeological significance. In a harsh desert environment, the Nabateans designed an intricate network of channels, dams, and cisterns to harvest rainwater and manage flash floods. Petra's strategic location along vital trade routes further enhanced its importance, serving as a crucial hub for caravans carrying spices, silk, and other valuable commodities between Arabia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean world. This confluence of cultures is reflected in the city's diverse architectural styles, which incorporate elements from Hellenistic, Roman, and indigenous traditions, making Petra a unique crossroads of ancient civilizations and a true archaeological wonder. The ancient Mayan city of Tikal continues to intrigue archaeologists and historians with its unresolved enigmas. One of the most perplexing mysteries is the sudden collapse of this once thriving metropolis. Despite extensive research, experts still debate the exact reasons for Tikal's downfall, with theories ranging from environmental degradation to political instability. Another puzzle surrounds the sophisticated water management system of Tikal. The city's intricate network of reservoirs and canals allowed it to sustain a large population in a challenging tropical environment. However, the full extent and engineering principles behind this system remain not fully understood, leaving researchers to wonder about the advanced knowledge the Maya possessed. The hieroglyphic texts found in Tikal also present ongoing challenges. While many inscriptions have been deciphered, others continue to elude full translation, potentially holding crucial information about the city's history, rituals, and social structure. These untranslated texts might contain keys to understanding the complex Maya calendar system and its astronomical significance. Archaeologists are also intrigued by the potential existence of undiscovered structures within and around Tikal. Advanced technologies like LiDAR have revealed previously unknown buildings and complexes hidden beneath the jungle canopy, hinting at the possibility of further significant finds. These unexplored areas could reshape our understanding of Tikal's urban planning and its relationship with neighboring cities. Modern technology has revolutionized the field of archaeology, particularly in the discovery and exploration of lost cities like Angkor. Satellite imagery has been a game-changer, allowing researchers to survey vast areas from above and identify potential sites of interest. This technology has revealed intricate canal systems and hidden structures at Angkor that were previously unknown. LiDAR, which stands for Light Detection and Ranging, has been especially crucial in uncovering the true extent of Angkor. This advanced laser scanning technique can penetrate dense jungle canopy, creating detailed three-dimensional maps of the ground beneath. LiDAR surveys have exposed an entire urban landscape around Angkor, showing that the city was far larger and more complex than previously thought. Ground-penetrating radar has also played a significant role in Angkor's exploration. This non-invasive method allows archaeologists to detect buried structures and artifacts without disturbing the soil. At Angkor, it has helped locate hidden temples, roads, and water management systems, providing a more comprehensive understanding of the city's layout and infrastructure. Digital reconstruction techniques have brought Angkor back to life in the virtual realm. By combining archaeological data with historical records and architectural knowledge, experts can create detailed computer models of how the city might have looked in its prime. These reconstructions not only aid in research, but also help the public visualize and appreciate the grandeur of this ancient metropolis. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza has fascinated scholars and the public for millennia, sparking numerous theories about the techniques used by ancient Egyptians. One prominent theory suggests that large limestone blocks were transported from quarries using wooden rollers or sleds. These blocks were then carefully stacked and fitted together, with smaller stones used to fill gaps. Another theory proposes the use of an external ramp system. This method involves building long, straight ramps that allowed workers to drag stone blocks up the sides of the pyramid as it grew taller. Some researchers argue for a spiral ramp that wound around the pyramid, providing a continuous path to the top. Internal ramp theories have also gained traction. These suggest that the ancient builders constructed the pyramid from the inside out, using an internal spiral corridor to move stone blocks upward. This method could explain how the Egyptians achieved such precision at great heights. More controversial theories include the use of advanced ancient technology, such as levitation or anti-gravity devices. However, most archaeologists and historians dismiss these ideas, favoring explanations based on the known capabilities of ancient Egyptian engineering and the tools available at the time. Archaeologists have long been intrigued by the remarkable precision of the stone fitting at Puma Punku, an ancient site in Bolivia. The incredible accuracy with which the massive stone blocks were cut and fitted together has sparked much debate and research in the archaeological community. One explanation for this precision lies in the advanced stone-cutting techniques employed by the Tiwanaku civilization, which flourished in the region between 500 and 1000 CE. These ancient builders likely used a combination of copper chisels, bronze tools, and abrasive sand to shape the hard andesite and sandstone blocks. The level of skill and craftsmanship displayed suggests a highly organized and technologically sophisticated society. Some archaeologists propose that the Tiwanaku people may have used a system of standardized measurements and templates to ensure consistency in their stonework. This would explain the repetitive patterns and interlocking shapes found throughout the site. Additionally, the use of specialized tools, such as straight edges and plumb bobs, could have contributed to the precise angles and smooth surfaces observed in the stone blocks. The exceptional fit between the stones at Puma Punku is also attributed to the meticulous planning and engineering skills of the ancient builders. They likely employed a technique known as ashlar masonry, where stones are cut to fit together without the need for mortar. This method, combined with their advanced understanding of geometry and structural principles, allowed them to create buildings that have withstood the test of time, despite earthquakes and other natural forces. The Nazca Lines, etched into the desert floor of southern Peru, have puzzled researchers for decades. These enormous geoglyphs, some stretching for miles, depict various animals, plants, and geometric shapes. While their exact purpose remains a mystery, several intriguing theories have been proposed. One popular hypothesis suggests that the Nazca Lines served as an astronomical calendar. Proponents of this theory argue that the lines align with celestial bodies and could have been used to track seasons, helping the ancient Nazca people determine optimal times for planting and harvesting crops. This idea connects the massive ground drawings to the practical needs of an agricultural society. Another theory proposes that the lines were created for religious or ceremonial purposes. Some researchers believe the geoglyphs were meant to be seen by the gods from above, serving as offerings or attempts to communicate with divine beings. This explanation aligns with the spiritual beliefs of many ancient cultures who sought to connect with the heavens. A more recent theory suggests that the Nazca Lines were related to water sources. In this view, the lines and figures might have been used in rituals to pray for water in the arid region or to mark the locations of underground water sources. This interpretation links the mysterious designs to the fundamental need for water in a desert environment, highlighting the ingenuity of the Nazca people in adapting to their challenging surroundings. Stonehenge stands as a testament to human ingenuity and ancient engineering, captivating archaeologists and the public alike for centuries. This prehistoric monument, located on Salisbury Plain in England, continues to baffle experts with its precise construction and enigmatic purpose. The sheer scale of Stonehenge is astounding. Massive stones, some weighing up to 40 tons, were transported over considerable distances and erected with remarkable precision. This feat becomes even more impressive when we consider that it was accomplished over 4,000 years ago, long before the advent of modern technology or even simple machines like the wheel. The purpose of Stonehenge remains hotly debated. Theories range from an ancient observatory for tracking celestial movements to a sacred healing ground or a site for ritual sacrifices. Its alignment with the summer solstice suggests a deep connection to astronomical events, hinting at the sophisticated knowledge of its builders. Perhaps most intriguing is the question of how such a monumental structure was built with primitive tools. The transportation and precise placement of the massive stones continue to challenge our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. This enduring mystery fuels ongoing research and speculation, making Stonehenge a focal point for archaeological investigation and a source of wonder for millions of visitors each year. The statues of Easter Island, known as moai, have captivated the world's imagination for centuries. These massive stone figures, carved by the Rapa Nui people, stand as silent sentinels on a remote island in the southeastern Pacific Ocean. Their sheer size and number are astonishing, with some standing over 30 feet tall and weighing up to 80 tons. The enigma of the moai lies in the questions they raise about the island's history and the society that created them. How did a small population on an isolated island manage to carve, transport, and erect these colossal statues? The logistics of this feat seem almost impossible, given the limited resources available on Easter Island. Adding to the mystery is the island's ecological history. When European explorers first arrived in the 18th century, they found a barren landscape with no trees tall enough to make the rollers and sleds traditionally thought necessary to move the statues. This has led to theories about environmental collapse and its potential link to the statue-building culture. The purpose of the moai remains debated. Some researchers believe they represented ancestral figures or served as guardians watching over the island. Others suggest they were symbols of power and status for the island's clans. The statues' enigmatic expressions and the fact that many were deliberately toppled during inter-clan conflicts add layers of intrigue to their story, making the moai enduring symbols of a lost civilization and its mysteries. The massive stone blocks at Baalbek in Lebanon have long puzzled researchers and archaeologists. These colossal stones, some weighing up to 1,000 tons, form part of an ancient Roman temple complex. Experts have proposed several theories to explain their construction and placement. One prevailing explanation suggests that Roman engineers employed advanced lifting and transportation techniques. They likely used a combination of levers, pulleys, and ramps to move these enormous stones. Some researchers believe that the Romans may have utilized large wooden rollers and sleds, along with teams of oxen or human laborers, to transport the stones from nearby quarries. Another theory proposes that the stones were not moved as single pieces, but were instead built up in place using smaller blocks. This method would have involved stacking and fitting smaller stones together, then smoothing the exterior to give the appearance of a single massive block. However, close examination of the stones has revealed little evidence to support this idea. Recent studies have also explored the possibility that the largest stones at Baalbek predate the Roman period. Some researchers suggest that these megalithic blocks may have been part of an earlier structure, possibly dating back to the Phoenician era. The Romans might have then incorporated these pre-existing stones into their own construction, adding to the mystery surrounding the site's origins and building methods. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek device discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Antikythera Island, has captivated researchers and historians for decades. This complex mechanical calculator, dating back to around 100 to 200 BCE, is often referred to as the world's first analog computer. Several theories have emerged regarding the purpose of this intricate device. The most widely accepted theory suggests that the Antikythera mechanism was used as an astronomical calculator, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies and tracking complex cycles of the ancient Greek calendar. It could compute the phases of the moon, forecast solar and lunar eclipses, and even predict the timing of important Greek athletic events like the Olympic Games. Another theory proposes that the mechanism served as a teaching tool in ancient academies, helping students understand the motions of heavenly bodies and the intricacies of timekeeping. Some researchers have suggested that it might have been used for astrological purposes, calculating horoscopes for wealthy patrons or predicting auspicious dates for important events. A more recent theory posits that the Antikythera mechanism might have been a navigational aid for sailors, helping them determine their position at sea based on celestial observations. While the exact purpose remains a subject of ongoing research and debate, the sophistication of the Antikythera mechanism continues to astound modern scientists. While the exact purpose remains a subject of ongoing research and debate, the sophistication of the Antikythera mechanism continues to astound modern scientists, challenging our perceptions of ancient technological capabilities. The Great Sphinx of Giza has been a source of heated debate among archaeologists for decades. This colossal limestone statue, with the head of a human and the body of a lion, has puzzled experts due to its uncertain origins and age. Traditional Egyptology dates the Sphinx to around 2500 BC, attributing its construction to the pharaoh Khafre. However, some researchers argue that the monument could be much older, possibly predating Egyptian civilization itself. One of the main points of contention is the weathering patterns observed on the Sphinx. Some geologists claim that the erosion on its body is consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall rather than wind and sand. This type of weather pattern would have occurred in the region thousands of years before the commonly accepted construction date, potentially pushing the age of the Sphinx back by several millennia. Another controversial aspect is the disproportionate size of the Sphinx's head compared to its body. Some archaeologists suggest that the head may have been recarved at a later date, possibly to represent a specific pharaoh. This theory could explain the inconsistency in weathering between the head and body, as well as the statue's unusual proportions. The lack of definitive historical records about the Sphinx's construction adds fuel to the debate. While ancient Egyptian texts mention the monument, they provide little information about its origins or purpose. This absence of clear evidence has allowed for various interpretations and theories to emerge, ranging from conventional explanations to more speculative ideas involving lost civilizations or extraterrestrial influence. Sacsayhuaman, the ancient Incan fortress overlooking Cusco in Peru, continues to baffle archaeologists and historians with its remarkable construction. The site's most striking feature is its massive stone walls, built with enormous blocks weighing up to 360 tons, precisely fitted together without mortar. This level of engineering precision has led to numerous questions about how the Incas managed such a feat with the tools available to them at the time. One of the primary mysteries is the method used to transport these colossal stones from quarries located several kilometers away. Some theories suggest the use of ramps and rollers, while others propose more speculative ideas involving lost technologies or even extraterrestrial assistance. The truth likely lies in the ingenuity and advanced understanding of physics and engineering possessed by the Inca civilization. Another puzzle is the incredible precision with which the stones are fitted together. The jigsaw-like interlocking of the massive blocks is so tight that even a thin blade cannot be inserted between them. This level of accuracy, achieved without modern surveying equipment or cutting tools, has led to intense debate about the techniques and tools employed by Incan stonemasons. The purpose of Sacsayhuaman also remains a subject of discussion. While traditionally viewed as a fortress due to its strategic location and imposing walls, some researchers argue it may have served ceremonial or astronomical functions. The true extent of its use and significance in Incan culture continues to be a topic of ongoing research and speculation, adding to the enduring mystique of this ancient wonder. Archaeologists have long been fascinated by the enigmatic Karnak stones in Brittany, France. These ancient megaliths, consisting of thousands of standing stones arranged in precise alignments, have puzzled researchers for centuries. While their exact purpose remains a subject of debate, archaeologists have developed several compelling theories based on careful study and analysis. One prominent interpretation suggests that the Karnak stones served as an elaborate astronomical calendar. By observing the alignment of the stones with celestial bodies, Neolithic people may have tracked the changing seasons, solstices, and equinoxes. This knowledge would have been crucial for agricultural planning and religious ceremonies tied to the cycles of nature. Another theory proposes that the stones were part of a vast necropolis or burial ground. Excavations near the site have uncovered human remains and burial artifacts, lending support to this idea. The massive stone rows might have acted as pathways for funeral processions or served to commemorate the dead. Some archaeologists believe the Karnak stones had a more symbolic or spiritual significance. They may have been used for rituals or as a way to mark important territorial boundaries between different Neolithic communities. The sheer scale of the monument suggests it held great importance to the people who invested tremendous effort in its construction over many generations. Intriguing archaeological discoveries have sparked debate about the extent of ancient civilizations' understanding of electricity. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence is the Baghdad Battery, discovered in Iraq and dating back to the Parthian period, around 2,000 years ago. This artifact consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, which some researchers believe could have produced an electric current when filled with an acidic liquid. In ancient Egypt, elaborate and detailed carvings in the Temple of Dendera have been interpreted by some as depicting early forms of electrical lighting. These carvings show what appear to be large, bulb-like objects with snake-like filaments inside, reminiscent of modern light bulbs. However, mainstream archaeologists dispute this interpretation, suggesting alternative explanations for these images. Ancient Indian texts, particularly the Agastya Samhita, contain descriptions of what some interpret as primitive batteries and electrical devices. These texts mention the use of copper, zinc, and other materials in configurations that resemble basic electrical components. Similarly, some researchers argue that certain ancient Greek and Roman texts contain references to electrical phenomena, though these interpretations remain controversial. While these findings are fascinating, it's important to note that the mainstream scientific community remains skeptical about claims of widespread ancient electrical knowledge. Many argue that alternative explanations exist for these artifacts and texts, and that the evidence does not conclusively prove advanced electrical understanding in ancient times. Nonetheless, these discoveries continue to fuel curiosity and research into the technological capabilities of our ancient ancestors. Archaeologists approach so-called out-of-place artifacts with careful analysis and scientific rigor. These objects, which seem to defy conventional understanding of historical timelines or technological capabilities, often have more mundane explanations than their sensational portrayals might suggest. In many cases, what appears to be an anachronistic artifact is the result of misinterpretation or lack of context. Objects can be moved through natural processes like erosion or human activities, such as construction, leading to their discovery in unexpected locations. Sometimes, our understanding of ancient technological capabilities is simply incomplete, and these artifacts reveal previously unknown levels of sophistication. Contamination of archaeological sites is another common explanation. Modern objects can be introduced into older layers through various means, including animal burrowing, root growth, or even deliberate hoaxes. Archaeologists use advanced dating techniques and stratigraphic analysis to determine if an object truly belongs to the layer in which it was found. Ultimately, most out-of-place artifacts have logical explanations that align with our current understanding of history and technology. When genuine anomalies are discovered, they prompt further research and can lead to exciting new insights about past civilizations rather than overturning established historical narratives. The Baghdad Battery, discovered in Iraq in 1938, has sparked numerous theories about its possible purpose. This ancient artifact, dating back to the Parthian period around 2,000 years ago, consists of a clay jar containing an iron rod surrounded by a copper cylinder. One prominent theory suggests that the device may have been used for electroplating, a process of coating objects with a thin layer of metal using an electric current. Proponents of this idea argue that the battery could have generated a weak electric charge when filled with an acidic liquid, potentially used to gild silver objects with gold. Another intriguing hypothesis proposes that the Baghdad battery might have served medicinal purposes. Some researchers speculate that it could have been used to administer electric shocks as a form of pain relief or for other therapeutic applications, similar to how modern transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation devices work. However, skeptics argue that the artifact might not have been a battery at all. Some suggest it could have been a simple storage vessel for sacred scrolls or valuable documents. Others propose it might have been used for religious or magical rituals, possibly as a container for special oils or other substances. The true purpose of the Baghdad battery remains a subject of ongoing debate and fascination among historians and scientists. The Dropa stones have been a subject of intrigue and speculation among some researchers and enthusiasts of ancient mysteries. These alleged artifacts, reportedly discovered in 1938 in the Bayan Kara Ula Mountains of China, have been interpreted by some as evidence of extraterrestrial contact in ancient times. However, it is crucial to note that mainstream archaeologists and scientists do not consider the Dropa stones to be authentic archaeological artifacts. Those who believe in the significance of the Dropa stones claim they are flat, circular discs with a hole in the center, resembling ancient phonograph records. Proponents argue that these stones contain microscopic hieroglyphs that tell the story of a crashed alien spacecraft and its occupants. They suggest that the stones might have served as a form of data storage or communication device for an ancient, possibly extraterrestrial civilization. Despite these claims, there is no credible scientific evidence to support the existence or purported function of the Dropa stones. The story surrounding these objects is considered by scholars to be a hoax or misinterpretation of unrelated artifacts. No verifiable physical evidence of the stones has been presented, and the original claims about their discovery and nature have been thoroughly debunked by researchers. The interpretation of the Dropa stones as alien artifacts or advanced ancient technology is an example of pseudo-archaeology, where speculation and imagination often overshadow scientific methodology and evidence-based research. While the idea of ancient alien contact is intriguing, it is important to approach such claims with skepticism and rely on peer-reviewed scientific studies for our understanding of human history and technological development. The Voynich manuscript stands as one of the most enigmatic documents in history, defying centuries of attempts at decryption. This mysterious tome, dating back to the early 15th century, contains over 200 pages of text written in an unknown script, accompanied by bizarre illustrations of plants, astronomical diagrams, and human figures. What truly sets the Voynich manuscript apart is its seemingly impenetrable code. Despite the efforts of countless linguists, cryptographers, and even computer algorithms, no one has successfully deciphered its contents. The text exhibits patterns consistent with natural language, yet it matches no known writing system or cipher. This has led some experts to speculate that it might be an elaborate hoax, while others maintain it contains genuine encrypted information. Adding to the intrigue are the manuscript's unusual illustrations. Many depict plants that do not correspond to any known species, while others show peculiar astronomical charts and what appear to be medicinal recipes. These images, rather than clarifying the text, only deepen the mystery surrounding its purpose and origin. The Voynich manuscript continues to captivate researchers and the public alike, not only because of its resistance to decryption, but also due to the questions it raises about medieval knowledge, cryptography, and the very nature of language itself. Its enduring mystery serves as a humbling reminder of the limits of our understanding and the potential for discovery that still exists in the field of historical artifacts. The Quimbaya artifacts have sparked intense debate among archaeologists and ancient astronaut theorists. These pre-Columbian gold objects, discovered in Colombia, include small figurines that some claim resemble modern aircraft. Proponents argue that these artifacts, dating back to around 1000 CE, depict flying machines far beyond the technological capabilities of their time. The controversy stems from the aerodynamic features observed in some of these golden objects. They appear to have tail fins, wings, and even what some interpret as a cockpit. This has led to speculation that the ancient Quimbaya people might have possessed advanced knowledge of aeronautics or had contact with a technologically superior civilization. However, mainstream archaeologists offer a different interpretation. They suggest that these artifacts are stylized representations of native animals, such as fish, birds, or insects. The seemingly aerodynamic features, they argue, are simply artistic embellishments or symbolic elements common in Quimbaya art. Despite the ongoing debate, no concrete evidence supports the claim of advanced ancient technology. The Quimbaya artifacts remain a fascinating example of pre-Columbian craftsmanship, leaving us to wonder about the true extent of ancient knowledge and the potential for misinterpretation in archaeological studies. Archaeologists have uncovered remarkable evidence of advanced metallurgy in ancient civilizations, revealing a level of sophistication that often surprises modern researchers. The development of metalworking techniques was a gradual process that unfolded over thousands of years, with different cultures making significant contributions along the way. One key factor in the advancement of ancient metallurgy was the discovery of copper smelting, which occurred around 8,000 years ago. This breakthrough allowed early metalworkers to extract pure copper from ore, marking a significant leap in technological capability. As time progressed, ancient civilizations learned to alloy copper with other metals, creating bronze, which was harder and more durable than pure copper. The sophistication of ancient metallurgy is further evidenced by the discovery of complex casting techniques. For instance, the lost wax method, used to create intricate metal objects, was employed by various ancient cultures across the globe. This technique allowed for the production of detailed and ornate metalwork, demonstrating a high level of skill and artistic expression. Archaeologists explain that the development of such advanced metallurgical techniques was likely driven by a combination of factors, including trade, cultural exchange, and the pressures of warfare. The need for better tools and weapons spurred innovation, while the exchange of ideas between different civilizations accelerated the spread of metallurgical knowledge. This collective accumulation of expertise over generations resulted in the impressive metalworking capabilities we now associate with ancient civilizations. The Phaistos disc remains one of archaeology's most perplexing enigmas. Discovered in 1908 on the Greek island of Crete, this clay disc dates back to the Middle or Late Minoan Bronze Age, around 3,700 years ago. Its purpose and meaning continue to baffle researchers, sparking numerous theories and debates. The disc is unique in several ways. It bears 241 imprinted symbols arranged in a spiral pattern. These symbols, unlike any known writing system, were made using stamps, making the Phaistos disc the world's oldest known printed document. The symbols depict a range of objects, including human figures, animals, plants, and tools, but their exact meanings remain elusive. Theories about the disc's purpose are diverse. Some scholars suggest it could be a prayer, a magical text, or even an ancient board game. Others propose it might be a calendar, a musical score, or a coded message. The possibility that it represents an undeciphered writing system has led to numerous attempts at decryption, but none have gained widespread acceptance in the academic community. Adding to the mystery, no other artifacts bearing the same symbols have ever been found. This isolation makes it incredibly challenging to establish any context or comparison for decipherment. The uniqueness of the Phaistos disc continues to fuel speculation and research, making it a captivating subject in the field of ancient mysteries. Researchers approach the astronomical knowledge of ancient cultures with a mix of fascination and scientific rigor. They analyze artifacts, structures, and written records to piece together the extent of early stargazing expertise. One key method involves studying ancient monuments and their alignment with celestial events. For instance, the precise orientation of Egyptian pyramids and Mayan temples often corresponds to specific star positions or solar events, suggesting a deep understanding of celestial mechanics. Archaeoastronomers also examine ancient texts and iconography for clues about early astronomical observations. The Babylonian clay tablets, for example, reveal sophisticated mathematical models for predicting planetary motions. These findings indicate that some ancient societies possessed knowledge that, in some ways, rivaled modern understanding until the Renaissance. Researchers use modern technology to reconstruct ancient skies, allowing them to verify the accuracy of early observations and calculations. This approach has revealed that many ancient cultures had the ability to predict eclipses, track planetary movements, and create accurate calendars. The level of precision in some of these predictions continues to impress modern astronomers. However, interpreting this knowledge requires caution. Researchers must distinguish between actual astronomical understanding and cultural or religious symbolism that might incorporate celestial elements. They also consider the possibility of coincidental alignments or modern misinterpretations. Despite these challenges, the evidence consistently points to a rich history of human engagement with the cosmos, spanning cultures and continents. Ancient civilizations developed remarkable navigation techniques that continue to astound modern researchers. Archaeological discoveries and historical records provide compelling evidence of their advanced skills in traversing vast distances, both on land and sea. One of the most intriguing examples comes from the Polynesian cultures of the Pacific. These seafaring peoples navigated across thousands of miles of open ocean, settling remote islands using methods that relied on careful observation of natural phenomena. They read the stars, ocean swells, and even the flight patterns of birds to determine their position and direction. The accuracy of their voyages suggests a deep understanding of celestial navigation and ocean currents. In the Mediterranean, ancient Phoenician sailors were renowned for their navigation prowess. They used the North Star as a fixed point of reference, allowing them to maintain consistent headings during nighttime voyages. This technique, along with their detailed knowledge of coastal landmarks and prevailing winds, enabled them to establish extensive trade networks across the region. The discovery of ancient maps and navigational tools provides further evidence of sophisticated techniques. The Antikythera mechanism, a complex Greek device dating back to the 2nd century BCE, could track astronomical positions with remarkable precision. This level of astronomical knowledge was crucial for accurate navigation, highlighting the advanced understanding these early mariners possessed. The Tarim Basin mummies have sparked intense archaeological debate due to their unexpected characteristics and the questions they raise about ancient migration patterns. These remarkably well-preserved bodies, discovered in the harsh desert climate of western China, date back to over 4,000 years ago and exhibit features that challenge our understanding of early human movement across Eurasia. One of the most striking aspects of these mummies is their physical appearance. Many have Caucasoid features, including long noses, deep-set eyes, and light hair colors ranging from blonde to red. This has led to speculation about their origins, with some researchers suggesting they might be evidence of early European migration into Asia. However, this interpretation remains controversial as it challenges traditional views about the isolation of ancient Chinese civilizations. The cultural artifacts found with the mummies have also fueled debate. The bodies were buried with intricately woven textiles, felt hats, and other items that show a sophisticated level of craftsmanship. Some of these artifacts bear similarities to those found in distant regions, hinting at possible long-distance trade or cultural exchange. This has led archaeologists to reconsider the extent of interconnectedness among ancient societies across vast geographical areas. Genetic studies of the Tarim Basin mummies have added another layer of complexity to the debate. While some DNA evidence supports a Western Eurasian origin, other findings suggest a more complex genetic makeup with both Eastern and Western influences. This has led to ongoing discussions about the nature of population movements and interactions in prehistoric Central Asia, challenging simplistic models of human migration and cultural development in the region. Elongated skulls discovered in different regions across the globe have intrigued researchers for decades. These unusual cranial shapes, found in ancient remains from Peru, Egypt, and parts of Europe, have sparked numerous theories and explanations within the scientific community. The most widely accepted explanation for these elongated skulls is the practice of artificial cranial deformation. This intentional modification of the human skull was performed in various cultures throughout history. The process typically involved binding an infant's head with cloth, wooden boards, or other materials to alter its shape as it grew. This practice was often associated with social status, beauty standards, or religious beliefs in different societies. Archaeological evidence supports this explanation, with many elongated skulls showing signs of deliberate shaping. Researchers have found that the bone structure and volume of these skulls are consistent with normal human anatomy, just altered in shape. This indicates that the elongation was achieved through external manipulation rather than genetic factors. However, some particularly extreme cases of skull elongation have led to alternative theories. Some researchers propose that certain elongated skulls might be evidence of genetic diversity within ancient human populations, or even suggest the possibility of non-human origins. These more controversial ideas, while attention-grabbing, lack substantial scientific evidence and are not widely accepted in the academic community. Trepanation, the practice of drilling holes in the human skull, has puzzled researchers for decades. This ancient surgical technique, dating back at least 9,000 years, was performed across various cultures worldwide. Several theories attempt to explain its purpose, shedding light on the beliefs and medical practices of our ancestors. One prominent theory suggests that trepanation was used as a treatment for head injuries. Ancient healers might have believed that creating an opening in the skull could relieve pressure caused by swelling or bleeding in the brain. This idea aligns with modern medical knowledge about treating severe head trauma, although the ancient practice was far more rudimentary and risky. Another hypothesis proposes that trepanation was performed for spiritual or ritualistic reasons. Some cultures may have believed that evil spirits or supernatural forces could be released through the hole in the skull, curing ailments or altering a person's mental state. This theory is supported by evidence of trepanation performed on seemingly healthy individuals, suggesting non-medical motivations. Researchers have also speculated that trepanation might have been used to treat various other conditions, such as headaches, epilepsy, or mental disorders. The idea was that creating an opening in the skull could somehow alleviate these ailments, perhaps by allowing the release of perceived harmful substances or pressures within the head. While these theories offer intriguing possibilities, the true purpose of trepanation likely varied across different cultures and time periods, reflecting diverse beliefs about health, spirituality, and the human body. The bog bodies of Northern Europe have long fascinated archaeologists and the public alike due to their remarkable state of preservation and the enigmatic circumstances surrounding their deaths. These ancient human remains, some dating back over 2,000 years, have been discovered in the peat bogs of countries like Denmark, Germany, and Ireland. The unique chemical composition of peat bogs, which are highly acidic and low in oxygen, creates an environment that naturally mummifies organic material. This process has preserved these bodies in extraordinary detail, allowing researchers to study their skin, hair, clothing, and even stomach contents. However, it is the often violent manner of their deaths that adds an element of mystery to these discoveries. Many bog bodies show signs of ritualistic killings with evidence of strangulation, throat slitting, or blunt force trauma. Some appear to have been bound or pinned down in the bogs, suggesting they were deliberately placed there. This has led to theories about human sacrifice, execution of criminals, or ritual offerings to ancient deities. The purpose behind these practices remains unclear, leaving archaeologists to piece together clues from limited evidence. Adding to the intrigue, some bog bodies have been found with valuable possessions, while others appear to have been stripped of clothing and belongings. This inconsistency in treatment further complicates our understanding of the social status and cultural significance of these individuals. As scientists continue to study these remarkably preserved remains, the bog bodies of Northern Europe remain a captivating mystery, offering tantalizing glimpses into the lives and deaths of our ancient ancestors. The Serapeum of Saqqara stands as one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites in Egypt, challenging our understanding of ancient engineering and purpose. Located in the vast necropolis of Saqqara, this underground complex houses 24 massive stone boxes, each weighing up to 70 tons and precision carved from single blocks of granite. These colossal sarcophagi, known as the Apis bull tombs, were supposedly created to inter-mummified sacred bulls. However, the level of precision in their construction has left experts baffled. The boxes are cut with such accuracy that in some cases the lid and base form an airtight seal, a feat that would be challenging even with modern technology. Adding to the mystery, no inscriptions or hieroglyphs have been found inside these massive stone containers, leaving their true purpose open to speculation. The method used to transport these enormous monoliths through narrow underground tunnels and position them with millimeter accuracy remains unclear, especially considering the limited tools available in ancient times. Furthermore, the age of the Serapeum is disputed. While conventionally dated to around 650 BCE, some researchers argue that certain aspects of the site suggest a much older origin, potentially predating dynastic Egypt. This uncertainty about its age, combined with the inexplicable precision of its construction, makes the Serapeum of Saqqara a continuing source of archaeological intrigue and debate. Archaeologists approach the sensitive topic of child sacrifice in ancient cultures through careful analysis of physical evidence and cultural context. They examine skeletal remains, burial sites, and associated artifacts to piece together the practices and beliefs surrounding these rituals. By studying bone markings, burial positions, and any accompanying offerings, researchers can often determine if deaths were deliberate and ceremonial. Investigations into child sacrifice often reveal complex societal structures and belief systems. In many cases, these practices were deeply rooted in religious or cosmological worldviews, where children were seen as pure or powerful intermediaries between the human and divine realms. Archaeologists also consider environmental and social factors, such as periods of extreme hardship or political instability, which might have influenced these practices. Comparative studies across different cultures and time periods help archaeologists identify patterns and variations in child sacrifice rituals. For instance, evidence from sites in Peru, Mexico, and the ancient Near East shows both similarities and differences in how these ceremonies were conducted and their perceived purposes. This broader perspective allows researchers to better understand the role of child sacrifice within specific cultural contexts. It is crucial to note that archaeologists approach this topic with cultural sensitivity and scientific objectivity. They aim to understand these practices within their historical and cultural frameworks rather than imposing modern moral judgments. By carefully interpreting the evidence, archaeologists provide insights into the complex belief systems and social structures of ancient societies, shedding light on practices that may seem incomprehensible to modern observers. The Paracas culture, which flourished along the coast of Peru from around 800 BCE to 200 CE, has left archaeologists with numerous intriguing mysteries surrounding their burial practices. One of the most fascinating aspects is their creation of elaborate mummy bundles, known as fardos. These fardos often contained multiple layers of textiles, with some reaching enormous sizes and weighing hundreds of pounds. Archaeologists have discovered that many Paracas mummies were buried with intentionally elongated skulls, a practice that involved binding infants' heads to alter their shape as they grew. This skull modification has sparked debates about its purpose, with theories ranging from aesthetic preferences to indicators of social status or even attempts to emulate revered ancestors or deities. Another perplexing element of Paracas burials is the presence of trepanation, a surgical procedure involving the removal of a portion of the skull. Evidence suggests that many individuals survived this procedure, raising questions about its purpose and the advanced medical knowledge of the Paracas people. The placement and orientation of Paracas burials have also puzzled researchers. Some mummies were found seated in baskets, while others were laid flat. The reasons behind these different positions and their potential significance in Paracas' beliefs about the afterlife remain subjects of ongoing study and speculation among archaeologists and anthropologists. The presence of mercury in ancient tombs has puzzled researchers for decades. This intriguing discovery has been made in various archaeological sites across the world, from ancient Chinese emperors' burial chambers to Mesoamerican pyramids. Scientists have proposed several explanations for this phenomenon, each shedding light on the beliefs and practices of ancient civilizations. One prominent theory suggests that mercury was used as a preservative. Ancient cultures, particularly in China, believed that mercury had mystical properties that could prevent decay and ensure immortality. They would often incorporate large quantities of liquid mercury into royal tombs, hoping to preserve the body and possessions of the deceased for the afterlife. This practice was especially prevalent during the Qin dynasty, where Emperor Qin Shi Huang's tomb is said to contain rivers of mercury. Another explanation focuses on mercury's symbolic significance. In many ancient cultures, mercury was associated with the gods and the afterlife due to its unique liquid metal properties. Its ability to change form and reflect light made it a powerful symbol of transformation and divine essence. Consequently, including mercury in burials might have been a way to ensure the deceased's successful journey to the afterlife or to elevate their status in the spirit world. Researchers have also proposed more practical reasons for mercury's presence in tombs. Some suggest it was used as a security measure, as its toxic properties could deter grave robbers. Others speculate that mercury compounds were used in ancient embalming processes or as components of ritual objects buried with the dead. Regardless of the specific purpose, the presence of mercury in ancient tombs continues to fascinate archaeologists and historians, offering valuable insights into the beliefs, technologies, and practices of our ancestors. Mummification practices have existed across various cultures throughout history, each with its own unique beliefs and purposes. In ancient Egypt, mummification was closely tied to their religious beliefs about the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that preserving the physical body was crucial for the deceased's journey to the afterlife. They thought the soul needed a vessel to return to, ensuring eternal life. The Chinchorro people of South America, who practiced mummification even earlier than the Egyptians, had different motivations. Their mummification techniques were applied to people of all social classes, suggesting a more egalitarian approach. Some researchers propose that the Chinchorro saw mummification as a way to keep the dead as active members of the community, maintaining a connection between the living and the deceased. In some Incan cultures, mummification was reserved for rulers and elite members of society. These mummies were often treated as divine beings, consulted for advice, and involved in important ceremonies. This practice helped maintain the power structure even after death, with mummified rulers continuing to play a role in governance and religious rituals. Buddhist monks in Japan and China have practiced self-mummification, a process called sokushinbutsu. These monks believed that by preserving their bodies, they could continue to protect and guide their communities even after death. This extreme form of asceticism was seen as a path to enlightenment and a way to become a living Buddha. Mass graves discovered at ancient sites like Mohenjo-daro provide archaeologists with invaluable insights into past civilizations. These burial sites offer a wealth of information about population demographics, health conditions, and potentially catastrophic events that affected entire communities. In the case of Mohenjo-Daro, an ancient city of the Indus Valley civilization, the mass grave uncovered there has sparked intense debate and research. The remains found in this grave tell a story of a sudden and widespread calamity that befell the city's inhabitants. By examining the bones, archaeologists can determine the age, sex, and health status of the individuals, painting a vivid picture of the city's population at a specific moment in time. Furthermore, the positioning of the bodies and any associated artifacts can reveal cultural practices surrounding death and burial. In some cases, mass graves might indicate hasty burials during times of crisis, such as epidemics or natural disasters. This information helps researchers piece together the final days of ancient civilizations and understand the challenges they faced. The significance of such discoveries extends beyond the immediate site. By comparing findings from mass graves across different locations and time periods, archaeologists can trace patterns of disease, violence, or environmental changes that affected multiple ancient societies. This broader perspective contributes to our understanding of human history and the complex factors that shape the rise and fall of early urban centers. Cave paintings from prehistoric times have long fascinated archaeologists and historians, prompting various theories about their purpose. One prominent idea suggests these ancient artworks served as a form of communication, allowing early humans to share information about successful hunting techniques or animal migration patterns. This theory posits that the paintings were essentially an early form of record-keeping, crucial for survival in harsh prehistoric environments. Another intriguing hypothesis proposes that cave art had spiritual or religious significance. Some researchers believe these paintings were created as part of shamanistic rituals, with the caves serving as sacred spaces where humans could connect with the spirit world. The often remote and difficult to access locations of many cave paintings lend support to this idea, suggesting they were not meant for everyday viewing but for special ceremonies. Some scholars argue that cave paintings might have been a way for prehistoric humans to make sense of their world and their place in it. By depicting animals and scenes from their lives, early artists may have been exploring their relationship with nature and attempting to exert some control over their environment through symbolic representation. A more recent theory suggests that cave paintings could have been a form of early education. The detailed depictions of animals and hunting scenes might have been used to teach younger generations about wildlife and survival skills. This educational purpose would have been vital for passing down knowledge in societies without written language. Archaeologists employ various techniques to decipher the meaning behind ancient rock art, carefully examining the context, patterns, and cultural significance of these enigmatic images. They start by studying the surrounding environment, considering factors such as nearby water sources, hunting grounds, and settlement sites that might provide clues about the artists and their way of life. Comparative analysis plays a crucial role in interpretation. Researchers compare rock art motifs across different regions and time periods, looking for similarities and differences that might reveal shared cultural beliefs or artistic traditions. They also draw upon ethnographic studies of contemporary indigenous cultures, whose practices and stories may offer insights into the mindset of ancient artists. The symbolism in rock art often relates to spiritual beliefs, rituals, and important events in the lives of ancient peoples. Archaeologists analyze recurring themes and figures, such as animals, human forms, or abstract shapes, to uncover their potential meanings. Some symbols might represent deities, ancestors, or natural phenomena, while others could depict hunting scenes, celestial events, or rites of passage. Advanced technologies have revolutionized rock art interpretation in recent years. Techniques such as photogrammetry and multispectral imaging allow researchers to detect faint or hidden images, revealing layers of artwork created over centuries. By combining these scientific methods with anthropological knowledge and a deep understanding of cultural context, archaeologists continue to unlock the secrets of ancient rock art, offering us glimpses into the minds and lives of our distant ancestors. The Lascaux cave paintings stand out as a remarkable achievement in prehistoric art for several reasons. Discovered in 1940 in southwestern France, these ancient artworks date back approximately 17,000 years. Their exceptional preservation allows us to glimpse the artistic capabilities of our early ancestors with unprecedented clarity. One of the most striking features of the Lascaux paintings is their sheer scale and complexity. The cave walls are adorned with over 2,000 figures, primarily depicting large animals known to have lived in the area during the Upper Paleolithic period. The level of detail and anatomical accuracy in these animal representations is extraordinary, showcasing a sophisticated understanding of form and movement. The artists of Lascaux employed advanced techniques that were ahead of their time. They used natural pigments to create a rich palette of colors, including various shades of red, yellow, and black. The painters also utilized the natural contours of the cave walls to add depth and dimension to their artwork, effectively creating some of the earliest known examples of three-dimensional painting. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Lascaux cave paintings feature some of the earliest known symbolic and abstract representations in human art. Alongside the animal figures are geometric shapes and patterns whose meanings remain a mystery to this day. This combination of naturalistic and abstract elements sets Lascaux apart from many other examples of prehistoric art and offers tantalizing clues about the cognitive abilities and cultural practices of our ancient ancestors. The Bradshaw rock paintings in Australia, also known as Gwayon art, have long puzzled researchers and archaeologists. These ancient artworks, found in the Kimberley region of Western Australia, depict intricate human figures and have sparked intense debate about their origins and significance. One of the main mysteries surrounding the Bradshaw paintings is their age. Some experts believe they could be up to 40,000 years old, potentially making them among the oldest rock art in the world. However, precise dating has proven challenging due to the lack of organic material in the pigments used. The artistic style of the Bradshaw paintings is also enigmatic. The figures are remarkably detailed and sophisticated, showing elaborate headdresses, ornate clothing, and dynamic poses. This level of complexity is unusual for prehistoric art and has led to speculation about the cultural sophistication of the artists who created them. Adding to the mystery is the fact that the Bradshaw paintings seem to have no connection to the artistic traditions of the indigenous Australian people who have lived in the area for thousands of years. Some local Aboriginal groups do not claim ownership of the artworks, leading to theories about a lost civilization or external cultural influence. These unanswered questions continue to make the Bradshaw rock paintings a subject of fascination and ongoing research. Researchers have made significant strides in understanding the sophisticated artistic techniques employed by our prehistoric ancestors. By examining cave paintings, carved figurines, and other ancient artworks, scientists have uncovered evidence of remarkable skill and ingenuity. One key finding is that early humans possessed a deep understanding of perspective and shading. Cave paintings often show animals with realistic proportions and dynamic poses, suggesting that artists carefully observed their subjects in nature. Some cave art even incorporates the natural contours of rock walls to create three-dimensional effects, demonstrating an advanced grasp of spatial relationships. The use of various pigments and binders reveals that prehistoric artists experimented with different materials to achieve desired colors and textures. Ochre, charcoal, and minerals were ground and mixed with animal fats or plant oils to create long-lasting paints. This experimentation indicates a level of planning and forethought in the artistic process. Researchers have also identified evidence of specialized tools used in creating prehistoric art. Fine-tipped implements made from bone or plant fibers were likely used for detailed work, while larger brushes or pads might have been employed for broader strokes. These findings suggest that early artists developed and refined their techniques over time, passing knowledge down through generations. The Nazca Lines in Peru have puzzled researchers for decades, sparking numerous theories about their purpose. One prominent idea suggests these massive geoglyphs served as astronomical calendars, with different lines and figures corresponding to celestial bodies and seasonal changes. This theory proposes that ancient Nazca people used these enormous drawings to track time and plan agricultural activities. Another intriguing hypothesis posits that the Nazca Lines were created as part of religious rituals. Some researchers believe the geoglyphs were meant to be seen by the gods from above, serving as offerings or attempts to communicate with divine beings. This idea aligns with the spiritual practices of many ancient cultures that sought to connect with the heavens. Some scientists have proposed that the lines might have been used for ceremonial processions. The long, straight lines could have served as pathways for ritualistic walks, with different figures representing stops or stations along the journey. This theory suggests a more earthbound purpose for the geoglyphs, linking them to the cultural and religious practices of the Nazca civilization. A more recent and controversial theory suggests the lines might have been related to water sources. Given the arid environment of the Nazca region, some researchers speculate that the geoglyphs could have marked underground water channels or served as markers for valuable water resources. While this idea is still debated, it highlights the potential practical purposes these ancient works might have served beyond their artistic or spiritual significance. Archaeologists employ a variety of methods to interpret the symbolism in ancient megalithic structures. They begin by carefully examining the physical characteristics of the monuments, including their orientation, alignment, and architectural features. These elements often provide crucial clues about the beliefs and intentions of the ancient builders. One key approach involves studying the cultural context in which these structures were created. Archaeologists analyze contemporary artifacts, artwork, and written records when available to gain insights into the society that built the megaliths. This broader understanding helps them decipher the potential meanings behind specific symbols or designs found on the structures. Comparative analysis also plays a vital role in interpreting megalithic symbolism. By examining similar structures from different regions or time periods, archaeologists can identify common themes and motifs. This cross-cultural comparison often reveals shared beliefs or practices that influence the creation of these monumental works. Advanced technology has revolutionized the field of megalithic interpretation. Techniques such as laser scanning, ground-penetrating radar, and digital modeling allow archaeologists to uncover hidden details and patterns that were previously invisible to the naked eye. These tools have led to new discoveries and fresh interpretations of long-studied sites, shedding light on the complex symbolism encoded in these ancient wonders. The Venus figurines, ancient statuettes depicting female forms, continue to puzzle archaeologists and historians. These enigmatic artifacts, dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period, have been discovered across Europe and parts of Asia. Their creation, spanning thousands of years, suggests a widespread and enduring cultural significance. One of the primary mysteries surrounding these figurines is their intended purpose. Some researchers propose they were fertility symbols, given their often exaggerated female features. Others argue they might have been self-portraits by women, early representations of goddesses, or even Paleolithic teaching aids for childbirth and anatomy. The true intent behind their creation remains elusive, leaving room for ongoing debate and speculation. The method of creation and distribution of these figurines also raises questions. How did similar artistic styles and themes spread across vast distances during a time when human populations were relatively isolated? This suggests possible long-distance cultural exchanges or shared belief systems that are not fully understood. Moreover, the variety in the figurines' designs presents another puzzle. While many share common features like pronounced breasts and hips, others display more abstract forms. Some even incorporate animal characteristics. This diversity hints at multiple purposes or evolving symbolic meanings across different regions and time periods, adding layers of complexity to their interpretation. The consistent use of symbols across ancient cultures has long fascinated researchers, leading to various explanations for this intriguing phenomenon. One theory suggests that these common symbols arise from shared human experiences and observations of the natural world. As our ancestors gazed at the night sky, observed animal behaviors, or witnessed natural events, they may have independently developed similar symbolic representations. Another explanation points to the possibility of cultural diffusion through trade routes and migration patterns. As ancient civilizations interacted and exchanged ideas, symbols could have spread and been adopted by different cultures, evolving and adapting along the way. This theory is supported by evidence of extensive trade networks that connected distant regions, facilitating the exchange of not just goods, but also knowledge and cultural elements. Some researchers propose that certain symbols might be rooted in the structure of the human brain and our cognitive processes. This concept, known as archetypal symbolism, suggests that some symbols are universally meaningful because they resonate with fundamental aspects of human psychology and perception. For example, circular shapes might represent wholeness or cycles, while vertical lines could symbolize growth or ascension across various cultures. Advances in cognitive archaeology have also shed light on this phenomenon. By studying how the human mind processes and creates symbols, researchers have identified common patterns in symbol formation across cultures. This approach considers how our shared cognitive abilities, combined with similar environmental challenges, might lead to the independent development of comparable symbolic systems in different parts of the world. The Rongorongo script of Easter Island remains one of the most enigmatic writing systems in the world. This unique set of glyphs, carved into wooden tablets and other artifacts, has puzzled researchers since its discovery in the 19th century. Several theories have emerged about its purpose and meaning, each offering intriguing possibilities about the culture and history of the Rapa Nui people. One prominent theory suggests that Rongorongo was a form of proto-writing used to record genealogies, religious chants, or historical events. Proponents of this idea believe the script might have served as a memory aid for oral traditions, helping to preserve important cultural knowledge across generations. This theory aligns with practices observed in other Polynesian cultures, where similar mnemonic devices were used. Another hypothesis proposes that Rongorongo was a fully developed writing system, capable of encoding complex linguistic information. Some researchers have attempted to decipher the script based on this assumption, looking for patterns and correlations with the Rapa Nui language. However, the limited number of surviving texts and the lack of a clear translation have made this task extremely challenging. A more recent theory posits that Rongorongo might have been created as a response to European contact, particularly after seeing the written documents of Spanish explorers in the 18th century. This idea suggests that the Rapa Nui people developed their own script to emulate the power they perceived in European writing. While intriguing, this theory is debated, as some evidence indicates the script may have existed before European arrival. The Indus Valley Script, a mysterious writing system used by the ancient Indus Valley civilization, has puzzled scholars for decades. Despite numerous attempts, this enigmatic script remains undeciphered for several compelling reasons. One major challenge is the lack of a bilingual text, similar to the Rosetta Stone, that helped decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs. Without such a key, linguists struggle to find a starting point for understanding the script's meaning and structure. Additionally, the available corpus of Indus Valley texts is relatively small, with most inscriptions being quite short, often containing only 5 to 6 symbols. This limited sample size makes it difficult to identify patterns or recurring elements that could provide clues to decipherment. Another obstacle is the uncertainty surrounding the language family to which the Indus script belongs. Scholars have proposed various possibilities, including Dravidian, Indo-Aryan, and even a language isolate. but no consensus has been reached. This linguistic ambiguity further complicates attempts to crack the code, as researchers lack a clear foundation for their analysis. The script's brevity and the absence of clear word dividers also pose significant challenges. Unlike many other ancient writing systems, the Indus script does not appear to have obvious markers separating words or phrases, making it difficult to identify individual linguistic units. Furthermore, the symbols themselves are highly stylized and abstract, which complicates efforts to determine whether they represent phonetic sounds, entire words, or more complex concepts. The Phaistos disc stands out as a truly enigmatic artifact in the realm of ancient writing systems. Discovered in 1908 on the Greek island of Crete, this clay disc bears a spiral inscription unlike any other known ancient text. What makes it particularly intriguing is its method of creation. Each symbol was individually stamped into the clay, making it the world's first known example of movable type printing, predating Gutenberg's invention by over 3,000 years. The disc contains 241 tokens comprising 45 unique symbols arranged in a spiral pattern. These pictographic symbols depict a wide range of objects, including human figures, animals, tools, and plants. However, the meaning of these symbols and the language they represent remain a mystery to this day, as no other artifacts bearing similar inscriptions have ever been found. This uniqueness poses significant challenges for decipherment. Without any bilingual texts or related inscriptions to compare it to, linguists and archaeologists have been unable to establish a definitive translation or even determine the language family it belongs to. Some scholars have proposed that it might be an early form of Greek or a completely unknown language, while others have suggested it could be a game board or even an elaborate hoax. The Phaistos disc's singular nature extends beyond its content to questions about its purpose and origin. Its carefully crafted symbols and organized layout suggest it was an important document, possibly a religious text, historical record, or astronomical calendar. Yet, the absence of similar artifacts in the region raises questions about its cultural context and the civilization that produced it. This combination of innovative printing technique, undeciphered script, and isolated existence makes the Phaistos disc a truly unique and puzzling artifact in the study of ancient writing systems. Deciphering unknown ancient languages is a complex puzzle that researchers approach with a combination of linguistic expertise, historical knowledge, and detective work. The process often begins with gathering all available texts and artifacts featuring the mysterious script. Archaeologists and linguists then meticulously analyze the patterns, frequency, and context of symbols or characters to identify potential words, phrases, or grammatical structures. One crucial step is finding a bilingual text, like the famous Rosetta Stone, which contains the same message in multiple languages, including the unknown one. This provides a key to unlock the meaning of words and phrases. When such texts are unavailable, researchers look for cognates words that sound similar and have related meanings in known languages from the same language family or geographical area. Comparative analysis with related languages can offer valuable insights into grammar and vocabulary. Researchers also consider the historical and cultural context of the civilization that produced the texts, as this can provide clues about the content and structure of the language. They might examine names of rulers, religious concepts, or trade goods that could be recognizable across cultures. Advanced computational techniques now aid in this process, allowing researchers to analyze vast amounts of linguistic data and identify patterns that might be missed by human observers. However, deciphering an unknown language remains a painstaking process that often takes years or even decades of dedicated study and collaboration among experts from various fields. The Proto-Elamite script remains one of the most enigmatic writing systems in ancient history. Discovered in the early 20th century at sites in modern-day Iran, this script dates back to around 3200 BCE making it one of the earliest known forms of writing. Scholars have proposed several theories about its origin. Some suggest it developed independently from Mesopotamian cuneiform, while others argue it was influenced by early Sumerian writing systems. The script shows unique characteristics, including a large number of abstract symbols, which has led some researchers to speculate that it might have evolved from an earlier system of token-based accounting. As for its purpose, most experts agree that the Proto-Elamite script was primarily used for administrative and economic records. This theory is supported by the content of the few partially deciphered tablets, which appear to contain lists of goods, quantities, and possibly transactions. However, the full extent of its use remains unclear due to the limited number of surviving texts and our incomplete understanding of the script. Despite decades of study, the Proto-Elamite script has resisted full decipherment. This has led to ongoing debates about its structure, meaning, and the society that produced it. Some researchers propose that it might represent a language unrelated to later Elamite, adding another layer of complexity to its interpretation and our understanding of its origin and purpose. Linear A remains one of the most enigmatic ancient scripts, presenting a formidable challenge to linguists and archaeologists alike. This writing system, used by the Minoan civilization on the island of Crete from about 1900 to 1450 BCE, continues to guard its secrets despite decades of intensive study. The primary obstacle in deciphering Linear A lies in the absence of a known language to compare it to. Unlike its successor, Linear B, which was decrypted using ancient Greek, Linear A has no clear linguistic relatives. This lack of a Rosetta Stone equivalent leaves researchers without a crucial starting point for translation. Another complicating factor is the limited corpus of Linear A texts. Most surviving examples are short administrative records or religious inscriptions, providing little context for understanding the language's structure or vocabulary. The scarcity of longer texts hampers efforts to identify patterns or recurring elements that could offer clues to its meaning. Furthermore, the Minoan civilization that produced Linear A remains largely mysterious. Our limited understanding of Minoan culture and society makes it challenging to infer the content or purpose of many Linear A inscriptions. This cultural gap, combined with the script's unique characteristics, has kept Linear A as one of the most tantalizing unsolved puzzles in the field of ancient linguistics. Archaeologists face a significant challenge when interpreting the Rongorongo script of Easter Island, as it remains one of the world's undeciphered writing systems. This mysterious script, found on wooden tablets and other artifacts from Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui, has puzzled researchers for over a century. The Rongorongo glyphs consist of intricate stylized figures that appear to represent both natural and abstract forms. Experts believe the script was created by the indigenous Rapa Nui people sometime between the 12th and 18th centuries. However, by the time European explorers arrived on the island in the 19th century, the ability to read and write Rongorongo had been lost. Despite numerous attempts, archaeologists and linguists have yet to fully decode the meaning of these enigmatic symbols. Some researchers suggest that Rongorongo might represent a form of proto-writing or mnemonic device rather than a true writing system. Others propose that it could be a syllabic or logographic script, possibly recording genealogies, religious texts, or historical events. One of the main difficulties in deciphering Rongorongo is the limited number of surviving texts and the lack of any bilingual documents that could provide a key to understanding the script. Archaeologists continue to study the context in which these artifacts were created and used, hoping to gain insights that might lead to a breakthrough in decoding this intriguing ancient writing system. The Olmec civilization, flourishing in ancient Mesoamerica from around 1600 BCE to 400 BCE, left behind a legacy shrouded in mystery, particularly when it comes to their writing system. This enigmatic script, often considered the earliest known writing system in the Americas, continues to perplex archaeologists and linguists alike. One of the primary mysteries surrounding Olmec writing is its origin and development. Scholars debate whether the Olmecs independently invented their writing system or if it evolved from earlier, unknown precursors. The scarcity of surviving Olmec texts further complicates efforts to trace its evolution, leaving researchers with tantalizing fragments of a once complex system. Another intriguing aspect is the relationship between Olmec writing and later Mesoamerican scripts, such as Maya hieroglyphs. Some experts argue that Olmec writing directly influenced these later systems, while others suggest parallel development. The lack of a clear understanding of Olmec language and grammar adds another layer of complexity to deciphering their texts and determining their influence on subsequent writing systems. Perhaps the most significant mystery is the meaning behind the few Olmec symbols and glyphs that have been discovered. Despite decades of study, many of these ancient markings remain undeciphered. The limited number of examples, combined with the vast temporal distance between the Olmec civilization and the present day, makes the task of unlocking their secrets a formidable challenge for researchers. The decipherment of ancient scripts has revolutionized our understanding of history, opening windows into long-lost civilizations and revealing rich tapestries of human culture previously hidden from view. One of the most significant breakthroughs came with the decoding of Egyptian hieroglyphs in the early 19th century. This monumental achievement allowed scholars to read the wealth of texts left behind by the ancient Egyptians, from grand temple inscriptions to everyday papyrus documents. Similarly, the decipherment of cuneiform writing systems used in Mesopotamia has shed light on the complex societies of Sumer, Babylon, and Assyria. These ancient texts have provided invaluable insights into early legal codes, mythologies, and scientific knowledge, fundamentally altering our perception of the ancient Near East. In the Americas, progress in reading Maya glyphs has transformed our understanding of pre-Columbian civilizations. We now know that the Maya had a sophisticated writing system that recorded their history, astronomical observations, and religious beliefs. This knowledge has dispelled many misconceptions about the complexity and achievements of ancient American cultures. The ability to read these ancient scripts has not only filled gaps in our historical knowledge, but has also challenged many long-held assumptions. It has revealed the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations, the complexity of their social and political structures, and the depth of their scientific and philosophical thought. As we continue to unlock the secrets of more ancient writing systems, our understanding of human history grows ever richer and more nuanced. Researchers studying ancient symbolic systems encounter numerous challenges in their quest to decipher and interpret these enigmatic relics of past civilizations. One of the primary obstacles is the lack of context surrounding these symbols. Without a clear understanding of the culture, beliefs, and daily life of the people who created them, it becomes exceedingly difficult to grasp the intended meaning behind the symbols. The passage of time further complicates matters as languages evolve and cultural references change. What might have been common knowledge to the original creators of these symbols could be entirely lost to modern scholars. This temporal gap often leaves researchers grappling with multiple possible interpretations, each equally plausible given the limited information available. Another significant challenge lies in the physical condition of the artifacts bearing these symbols. Weathering, erosion, and damage over centuries or millennia can obscure or partially destroy crucial elements, leaving researchers with incomplete information. This fragmentation of data can lead to misinterpretations or gaps in understanding that are difficult to reconcile. The interdisciplinary nature of this research also presents its own set of challenges. Deciphering ancient symbols often requires expertise from various fields, including linguistics, archaeology, anthropology, and even astronomy. Coordinating efforts across these disciplines and synthesizing diverse perspectives can be a complex task, but it is essential for gaining a comprehensive understanding of these ancient symbolic systems. The Voynich manuscript stands as a perplexing enigma in the world of archaeology and historical linguistics. This peculiar book, dating back to the early 15th century, has confounded scholars and codebreakers for generations due to its indecipherable text and bizarre illustrations. What sets the Voynich manuscript apart is its unique writing system, which consists of an unknown alphabet that has resisted all attempts at translation. Despite centuries of study by linguists, cryptographers, and even computer algorithms, no one has been able to crack its code or determine the language in which it was written. This impenetrability has led some to speculate that the manuscript might be an elaborate hoax, while others believe it contains encrypted knowledge of great importance. Adding to the mystery are the manuscript's unusual illustrations. These include depictions of unidentifiable plants, cosmic diagrams, and scenes of naked women in strange green baths. The purpose and meaning of these images remain as elusive as the text itself, fueling countless theories about the manuscript's origin and content. The inability to decipher the Voynich manuscript, despite modern technological advancements, continues to captivate researchers and the public alike. Its resistance to interpretation challenges our understanding of historical languages and codes, making it a true archaeological mystery that persists into the 21st century. The Yonaguni Monument, located off the coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, has sparked intense debate in the field of underwater archaeology. This massive underwater rock formation, discovered in 1987, has puzzled scientists and enthusiasts alike due to its unusual features and potential implications for human history. At the heart of the controversy is the question of whether the Yonaguni Monument is a natural geological formation or an ancient man-made structure. Those who believe it to be artificial point to its seemingly geometric shapes, including what appear to be terraces, stairs, and walls. They argue that these features are too regular and precise to have occurred naturally, suggesting the monument could be the remnants of a submerged city dating back thousands of years. Skeptics, however, maintain that the Yonaguni Monument is the result of natural erosion and tectonic activity. They argue that the region's geology, characterized by sandstone and mudstone, is prone to forming straight edges and angular shapes when eroded by the sea. These scientists contend that while the formation is certainly impressive, it lacks clear evidence of human intervention, such as tool marks or joined blocks. The debate surrounding the Yonaguni Monument extends beyond its origin to its potential historical significance. If proven to be artificial, it could dramatically alter our understanding of ancient civilizations in the region, potentially pushing back the timeline of advanced societies in Japan by thousands of years. This possibility has captured the imagination of many, but the lack of conclusive evidence keeps the Yonaguni Monument shrouded in mystery, making it a compelling subject for ongoing research and speculation in the field of underwater archaeology. Underwater archaeology has revolutionized our understanding of ancient maritime cultures, unveiling a treasure trove of information previously hidden beneath the waves. This field has allowed us to explore sunken cities, shipwrecks, and submerged landscapes, providing unprecedented insights into the lives of seafaring civilizations. One of the most significant contributions of underwater archaeology has been the discovery of well-preserved artifacts and structures that would have long since decayed on land. The cold, dark waters of the ocean act as a natural preservative, allowing archaeologists to recover items such as textiles, wooden objects, and even food remains. These discoveries have painted a more detailed picture of daily life in ancient maritime societies, from their diets and trading practices to their technological advancements. Underwater excavations have also shed light on ancient naval warfare and shipbuilding techniques. By studying the construction and contents of sunken warships, archaeologists have gained valuable insights into naval strategies, weapons technology, and the scale of maritime conflicts in different historical periods. This information has often challenged or refined our previous understanding of naval history, providing a more accurate account of how sea power shaped ancient civilizations. Furthermore, underwater archaeology has revealed the extent of ancient trade networks and cultural exchanges. The discovery of shipwrecks carrying diverse cargoes from distant lands has demonstrated the complexity and reach of maritime trade routes. These findings have shown that ancient societies were far more interconnected than previously thought, with goods, ideas, and technologies flowing across vast oceanic expanses. Pavlopetri, an ancient underwater city off the coast of southern Greece, holds many intriguing secrets. This submerged settlement, dating back over 5,000 years, provides a unique glimpse into Bronze Age life in the Mediterranean. One of the most perplexing mysteries surrounding Pavlopetri is how it ended up underwater. Theories range from gradual sea level rise to sudden seismic events, but the exact cause remains uncertain. This uncertainty fuels ongoing debates among archaeologists and geologists who continue to study the site for clues about its submergence. Another fascinating aspect of Pavlopetri is its advanced urban planning. The city boasts a complex network of streets, buildings, and tombs, suggesting a sophisticated society with well-developed infrastructure. This level of organization challenges our understanding of early Bronze Age settlements and raises questions about the technological capabilities of its inhabitants. The daily lives of Pavlopetri residents also remain shrouded in mystery. While artifacts provide some insights, many aspects of their culture, social structure, and economic activities are still unknown. Ongoing underwater excavations continue to uncover new finds, gradually piecing together the puzzle of life in this ancient submerged city and reshaping our understanding of early Mediterranean civilizations. The discovery of sunken cities like Heraklion opens a remarkable window into the ancient world, providing archaeologists with an unprecedented opportunity to study well-preserved artifacts and structures. Unlike land-based archaeological sites, which are often disturbed by centuries of human activity, these submerged ruins have remained largely untouched since they slipped beneath the waves. Heraklion, located off the coast of Egypt, offers a particularly rich trove of information about ancient Egyptian and Greek civilizations. The city's submersion has preserved delicate objects that would have long since disintegrated on land, including wooden ships, intricate jewelry, and even food remnants. These finds allow archaeologists to piece together a more complete picture of daily life, trade networks, and religious practices in the ancient Mediterranean. Furthermore, sunken cities challenge our understanding of historical geography and climate change. Their existence provides tangible evidence of how coastlines have shifted over millennia, offering valuable insights into sea level changes and geological events. This information is crucial not only for understanding our past, but also for predicting future changes to our coastal regions. The technology used to explore these underwater sites is also pushing the boundaries of archaeological methods. Advanced sonar mapping, remotely operated vehicles, and underwater excavation techniques are revolutionizing the field, allowing researchers to study these submerged treasures in ways that were impossible just a few decades ago. These innovations may well lead to the discovery of other lost cities, promising even more revelations about our ancient past. Underwater archaeological sites present unique challenges that require specialized techniques and equipment. The marine environment itself poses significant obstacles, with water pressure increasing dramatically as divers descend to greater depths. This limits the amount of time researchers can spend at a site and necessitates careful planning to maximize productivity during each dive. Visibility is often a major issue in underwater excavations. Murky waters, stirred-up sediment, and marine growth can obscure artifacts and structures, making it difficult to document and analyze findings accurately. Researchers must rely on advanced imaging technologies and careful mapping techniques to overcome these visibility constraints. The corrosive nature of saltwater presents another significant challenge. Many artifacts, especially those made of metal, can deteriorate rapidly once exposed to the underwater environment. Archaeologists must work quickly to recover and stabilize these objects, often using specialized conservation techniques to prevent further decay. This race against time adds an extra layer of complexity to underwater excavations. Preserving the context of underwater sites is also crucial but challenging. Ocean currents, storms, and marine life can disturb the arrangement of artifacts and structures over time. Researchers must meticulously document the position and relationship of all findings to reconstruct the original context accurately. Additionally, protecting these sites from looting and unintentional damage by divers or fishing activities requires ongoing monitoring and sometimes legal protection measures. Underwater archaeology presents unique challenges and opportunities for scientists studying ancient structures beneath the waves. When examining sites like those discovered off the coast of Cuba, archaeologists employ a range of specialized techniques and technologies to interpret these enigmatic formations. Sonar mapping and remote sensing tools allow researchers to create detailed three-dimensional models of underwater landscapes without disturbing the site. These images help archaeologists identify potential human-made structures and plan further investigations. Underwater robots equipped with high-resolution cameras provide close-up visual data, allowing experts to examine textures, patterns, and possible tool marks that might indicate artificial construction. Marine archaeologists also analyze the geological context of these structures. They consider factors such as local rock formations, underwater currents, and historical sea level changes to determine whether the structures could have natural origins or if they likely result from human activity. In the case of the Cuban site, debate continues over whether the formations are remnants of an ancient civilization or simply unusual natural rock formations. Dating techniques adapted for underwater environments help establish a timeline for these structures. Archaeologists may collect samples of organic material trapped within or around the structures for radiocarbon dating, or use other methods like optically stimulated luminescence to determine when rocks were last exposed to sunlight. This information, combined with knowledge of local history and cultural development, allows researchers to place underwater structures within a broader historical context and assess their potential significance. The submerged stone circles discovered in Lake Michigan have sparked numerous theories about their purpose and origin. Some researchers propose these structures might have served as ancient calendars or observatories used by early inhabitants to track seasonal changes and celestial events. This idea draws parallels to other known stone formations around the world that served similar purposes. Another theory suggests the circles could have been part of a fishing system. Ancient cultures might have used these structures to create artificial reefs, attracting fish to specific areas for easier catching. This practical explanation aligns with the resourcefulness often seen in early human settlements near bodies of water. Some experts speculate that the circles might have had spiritual or ceremonial significance. They could have been used for rituals or as sacred sites, possibly related to water-based beliefs or practices of the indigenous peoples who once inhabited the region. The deliberate placement and arrangement of the stones support this cultural interpretation. A more controversial theory proposes that the circles are evidence of prehistoric structures built during a time when water levels were much lower, possibly dating back to the last ice age. This hypothesis, while intriguing, remains highly debated among archaeologists and geologists due to the extreme age it would imply for the formations. As research continues, scientists hope to uncover more clues to solve the mystery of these enigmatic underwater stone circles in Lake Michigan. Underwater archaeology has revolutionized our understanding of ancient trade routes, unveiling a hidden world of commerce and cultural exchange beneath the waves. By exploring shipwrecks and submerged ports, archaeologists have pieced together intricate networks of maritime trade that crisscross the ancient world. These underwater excavations have revealed cargo holds filled with diverse goods, from exotic spices and precious metals to everyday ceramics and textiles. Such discoveries provide tangible evidence of the extensive trade connections between distant civilizations, far beyond what was previously known from land-based archaeological sites and historical records. One significant contribution of underwater archaeology is the insight it offers into the technology and construction of ancient ships. By studying well-preserved wooden vessels on the seafloor, researchers have gained valuable knowledge about shipbuilding techniques, navigation methods, and the capabilities of ancient mariners. This information helps us better understand how traders overcame vast distances and treacherous waters to conduct their business. Moreover, underwater archaeology has shed light on lesser-known trade routes and ports that played crucial roles in ancient economies. Submerged harbors and coastal settlements, now hidden beneath rising sea levels, have been discovered and studied, revealing complex trading networks that connected various cultures across oceans and seas. These findings continue to reshape our understanding of ancient global trade and its impact on the development of civilizations. The submerged ruins discovered in the Gulf of Cambay off the western coast of India have sparked intense curiosity and debate among archaeologists and historians. These underwater structures, first detected in 2001, lie at depths of up to 40 meters below the surface and cover an area spanning several kilometers. Initial sonar scans revealed what appeared to be the remnants of massive walls, buildings, and even entire city blocks. Some researchers have suggested that these ruins could be the remains of an ancient urban center, potentially dating back 7,000 to 9,000 years. If true, this would make the Cambay ruins one of the oldest known urban settlements in the world, predating the earliest known civilizations of Mesopotamia and Egypt. However, the true nature and age of these underwater structures remain subjects of controversy. Some experts argue that the formations could be natural geological features rather than man-made constructions. The difficulty of conducting thorough underwater excavations and the limited visibility in the murky waters of the Gulf have hampered efforts to definitively identify and date the site. Adding to the intrigue, artifacts recovered from the area include pottery shards, beads, and even human remains. These findings have led some researchers to speculate about the possibility of an advanced civilization that thrived in the region before rising sea levels submerged it. However, more research and careful analysis are needed to unravel the mysteries surrounding these enigmatic underwater ruins and their potential significance in rewriting our understanding of ancient human history. Underwater archaeological sites containing advanced structures have puzzled researchers for decades. These submerged ruins, found in various locations around the world, often display sophisticated engineering and architectural features that seem out of place for their presumed age and origin. One explanation for these advanced underwater structures is that they were built during periods of lower sea levels when the land was above water. As global temperatures rose and ice sheets melted, sea levels increased, gradually submerging coastal settlements and structures. This theory accounts for many underwater sites found near current coastlines, such as the ruins off the coast of Alexandria in Egypt. However, some underwater structures are found at depths that cannot be explained by sea level changes alone. In these cases, researchers propose that geological events such as earthquakes or landslides may have caused portions of land to sink, taking structures with them. The sunken city of Port Royal in Jamaica, for example, was submerged when an earthquake struck in 1692, causing parts of the city to slide into the sea. Another intriguing hypothesis suggests that some advanced underwater structures might be the remnants of previously unknown civilizations with sophisticated maritime technologies. While this idea remains controversial, it encourages researchers to keep an open mind and continue exploring the mysteries hidden beneath the waves, pushing the boundaries of our understanding of ancient human capabilities and history. The London hammer, discovered in London, Texas in the 1930s, presents a perplexing puzzle for archaeologists and geologists alike. This ordinary-looking tool, consisting of a wooden handle and iron hammerhead, was found encased in rock that appears to be millions of years old. The conundrum lies in the apparent contradiction between the age of the surrounding stone and the modern design of the hammer itself. Geologists have dated the rock formation in which the hammer was found to the Ordovician period, approximately 450 million years ago. This timeline drastically predates the emergence of modern humans and their ability to create metal tools. The hammer's sophisticated design, featuring a shaped wooden handle and precisely forged metal head, is consistent with tools made within the last few thousand years. Adding to the mystery, the metal of the hammerhead shows an unusually high purity, with some analyses suggesting it contains 96% iron, 2.6% chlorine, and 0.74% sulfur. This composition is highly unusual for ancient iron artifacts and has led to speculation about advanced metallurgy techniques. Skeptics argue that the hammer might have been dropped into a rock crevice and later encased by mineral concretion, a process that can occur relatively quickly under certain conditions. However, supporters of its ancient origin point to the lack of evidence for such a recent encasement. The London hammer continues to fuel debate about the accuracy of conventional dating methods and the possibility of advanced civilizations existing far earlier than currently believed. Archaeologists approach the discovery of seemingly modern objects in ancient strata with careful analysis and scientific rigor. These findings, often called out-of-place artifacts or OO parts, require thorough investigation to determine their true nature and origin. In many cases, what initially appears to be a modern object in an ancient layer turns out to have a logical explanation. Natural processes like erosion, earthquakes, or animal burrowing can disturb soil layers, potentially moving younger objects into older strata. Human activities such as construction, agriculture, or even earlier archaeological digs can also mix up soil layers, leading to confusing finds. Sometimes, objects that look modern are actually ancient technologies that were more advanced than previously thought. For instance, the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek device used to calculate astronomical positions, was so sophisticated that it was initially mistaken for a much more recent invention. When truly unexplainable artifacts are found, archaeologists subject them to rigorous testing and peer review. They use techniques like radiocarbon dating, thermoluminescence, and chemical analysis to determine an object's age and composition. Often, what seems inexplicable at first becomes clear with further research and technological advancements in archaeological methods. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera, has fascinated scientists and historians for over a century. This ancient Greek device, often called the world's first analog computer, dates back to around 150 to 100 BC. Theories about its origin suggest it was likely created on the island of Rhodes, known for its advanced astronomical knowledge and mechanical expertise during that period. As for its purpose, the prevailing theory is that the Antikythera mechanism was an incredibly sophisticated astronomical calculator. It could predict celestial events like eclipses and track the movements of heavenly bodies with remarkable accuracy. Some researchers believe it was used to plan religious festivals and agricultural activities, which were often tied to celestial events in ancient Greek culture. Another intriguing theory proposes that the mechanism served as an educational tool, helping students understand complex astronomical concepts. Its intricate gears and dials could demonstrate the motions of planets and the moon, making it an invaluable teaching aid for those studying the cosmos. Some scholars have even suggested that the device might have had astrological applications, potentially used for casting horoscopes or predicting favorable times for various activities. However, the complexity and precision of the mechanism indicate that its primary purpose was likely scientific rather than mystical. The Antikythera mechanism continues to challenge our understanding of ancient Greek technology and astronomical knowledge. The Klerksdorp spheres, found in South Africa, have puzzled researchers and sparked debate about their origin and nature. These small, spherical objects, typically a few centimeters in diameter, have attracted attention due to their unusual appearance and properties. Some have claimed that these spheres are artificial creations, potentially of extraterrestrial origin, leading to their classification as out-of-place artifacts. However, scientific analysis has revealed a more earthly explanation. The Klerksdorp spheres are actually naturally occurring objects formed through geological processes. They are concretions, which are compact masses of mineral matter that form within sedimentary rock layers. These particular concretions are composed of pyrite and other minerals, giving them their distinctive appearance. The confusion surrounding these objects stems from their remarkably spherical shape and the presence of parallel grooves or ridges on some specimens. These features, while unusual, are the result of natural crystallization and weathering processes. The pyrite concretions formed within ancient volcanic sediments, and over millions of years, they were shaped by geological forces and erosion. Despite the scientific consensus on their natural origin, the Klerksdorp spheres continue to captivate the imagination of many. Their story serves as a reminder of the complex and often surprising ways in which geological processes can create intriguing natural phenomena, challenging our understanding and encouraging further scientific inquiry. Researchers approach artifacts like the Koso artifact with a combination of scientific rigor and open-minded curiosity. The Koso artifact, discovered in California in 1961, initially puzzled investigators due to its unusual appearance and seemingly out-of-place components. When examining such finds, scientists employ a range of analytical techniques. These include radiometric dating to determine age, spectroscopy to identify material composition, and microscopic analysis to study surface features and internal structures. They also consider the geological context in which the artifact was found, as this can provide crucial information about its origin and history. In the case of the Koso artifact, initial excitement about its potential as evidence of ancient advanced technology gave way to more mundane explanations. Careful examination revealed it to be a spark plug from the 1920s, encrusted with minerals over time. This highlights the importance of thorough investigation and the willingness to revise hypotheses based on evidence. Researchers also consider the broader implications of their findings. They examine how an artifact fits into our understanding of human history, technological development, and geological processes. By interpreting these finds within a larger context, scientists can gain valuable insights into past civilizations and natural phenomena, constantly refining our knowledge of the world around us. The Tekacsik-Kalixtlahuaca head is a fascinating artifact that has sparked intense debate among archaeologists and historians. This small terracotta sculpture, resembling a bearded man with European features, was reportedly discovered in 1933 during an excavation in the Toluca Valley of central Mexico. What makes this find so controversial is its potential implications for pre-Columbian contact between the Old and New Worlds. The primary source of contention surrounding the Tekacsik-Kalixtlahuaca head is its apparent Roman style. Some experts argue that the sculpture bears a striking resemblance to Roman artifacts from the 2nd to 3rd centuries CE. If genuine, this would suggest that there might have been contact between ancient Rome and Mesoamerica long before Christopher Columbus arrived in the Americas. However, many archaeologists remain skeptical of these claims. They point out that the circumstances of the head's discovery are not well documented, and its provenance cannot be verified with certainty. Some suggest that the artifact might be a hoax or a misidentified object from a much later period. Critics also argue that if Roman contact had occurred, there should be more substantial evidence in the archaeological record. Despite ongoing debates, the Tekacsik-Kalixtlahuaca head continues to intrigue researchers and challenge our understanding of ancient cross-cultural interactions. Its existence raises questions about the possibility of transoceanic voyages and cultural exchanges that may have occurred much earlier than previously thought. As archaeological techniques advance, Further analysis of this enigmatic artifact may provide new insights into its true origins and significance. Archaeologists approach the discovery of anomalous metal objects in coal seams with caution and scientific rigor. These findings, often referred to as out-of-place artifacts, require careful examination and analysis to determine their true nature and origin. When metal objects are found in coal seams, the first step is to verify the authenticity of the discovery. This involves documenting the exact location, examining the surrounding geological context, and ensuring that the object was indeed embedded within the coal rather than introduced later through mining or other human activities. If the object's presence in the coal seam is confirmed, archaeologists and geologists work together to date both the coal and the artifact. Coal formation typically occurred millions of years ago, long before human civilization. Therefore, finding a man-made object in such ancient deposits would be highly unusual and potentially challenging to our understanding of human history. In most cases, these anomalous findings have more mundane explanations. They may result from mining equipment parts being mistaken for ancient artifacts, natural mineral formations that resemble man-made objects, or even deliberate hoaxes. Rigorous scientific investigation usually reveals the true nature of these discoveries, emphasizing the importance of thorough research and skepticism in archaeology. The Betz Mystery Sphere, discovered in Florida in 1974, has sparked numerous theories about its purpose and origin. Some researchers suggest it could be an alien artifact, pointing to its unusual properties, such as its ability to seemingly defy gravity and move on its own. Others propose it might be a lost piece of Earth-based technology, possibly from a secret military project or advanced scientific experiment. One prominent theory posits that the sphere is actually a component of a naval buoy or industrial float that broke free and washed ashore. This explanation attempts to account for the object's corrosion-resistant metallic composition and perfect spherical shape. However, skeptics of this theory argue that it fails to explain the sphere's reported anomalous behaviors. Another intriguing hypothesis proposes that the Betz sphere is a time capsule of extraterrestrial origin, designed to activate and reveal its contents under specific conditions. This idea draws on reports of strange sounds emanating from the object and its apparent responsiveness to certain stimuli. However, no concrete evidence has been found to support this claim. Despite extensive analysis, including X-rays and other tests, the true nature and origin of the Betz sphere remain a mystery. The object continues to fascinate researchers and enthusiasts, serving as a reminder of the many unexplained phenomena that challenge our understanding of the world around us. Ancient maps depicting unexplored territories have long fascinated historians and adventurers alike. These cartographic enigmas often feature tantalizing glimpses of lands beyond the known world, sparking curiosity and speculation about their origins and accuracy. One of the most intriguing aspects of these maps is their occasional inclusion of details that explorers would not officially discover until centuries later. For instance, some medieval European maps showed hints of the Americas long before Columbus set sail. This uncanny accuracy raises questions about the sources of information available to ancient cartographers and the possibility of undocumented voyages predating official explorations. Moreover, these maps frequently blend fact with fiction, populating unknown regions with fantastical creatures, mythical lands, and speculative geography. The famous phrase, "Here be dragons," encapsulates this practice of filling blank spaces with imaginative elements. This mixture of real and imagined features adds to the map's allure, offering insights into the beliefs, fears, and aspirations of past civilizations. The methods used to create these maps also contribute to their mysterious nature. Ancient cartographers often relied on a combination of first-hand accounts, travelers' tales, and educated guesses to piece together their world views. This approach resulted in maps that were part scientific document, part artistic interpretation, and part cultural artifact. making them rich sources of information about how our ancestors understood and imagined their world. Researchers investigating alleged out-of-place artifacts employ a rigorous, multidisciplinary approach to separate fact from fiction. They begin by thoroughly documenting the artifact's discovery site, including its geological context and any associated materials. This crucial step helps establish the object's true age and origin. Next, experts conduct detailed physical examinations of the artifact itself. They use advanced techniques such as radiocarbon dating, thermoluminescence, and elemental analysis to determine the object's composition and age. These methods can reveal whether an artifact is genuinely ancient or a more recent creation. Archaeologists and historians also play a vital role in this process. They compare the artifact to known objects from various time periods and cultures, looking for similarities in design, materials, and manufacturing techniques. This comparative analysis helps determine if the object is truly out of place or simply misidentified. Finally, researchers consider the broader context of the artifact's alleged age and origin. They examine historical records, analyze similar finds, and consult with experts in relevant fields to build a comprehensive understanding of the object's significance. This thorough, evidence-based approach ensures that extraordinary claims about out-of-place artifacts are subject to rigorous scientific scrutiny before being accepted or rejected. Archaeologists have uncovered remarkable evidence of advanced astronomical knowledge in ancient structures across the globe. These findings reveal that our ancestors possessed a sophisticated understanding of celestial movements and cycles, far beyond what was once believed possible for early civilizations. Many ancient structures, such as Stonehenge in England and the pyramids of Egypt, demonstrate precise alignments with celestial events like solstices and equinoxes. This suggests that their builders had a deep understanding of the sun's annual path across the sky. In Mesoamerica, structures like the Mayan observatory at Chichen Itza show an even more complex grasp of astronomy, with buildings designed to track the movements of Venus and other planets. To explain this advanced knowledge, archaeologists propose that ancient cultures developed their astronomical expertise through centuries of careful observation and record-keeping. They likely used this knowledge for practical purposes, such as creating accurate calendars for agriculture and religious ceremonies. Some researchers also suggest that astronomical observations may have been seen as a way to understand and predict the will of the gods. The presence of this astronomical knowledge in diverse cultures across the world indicates that the study of the night sky was a fundamental aspect of human civilization. It highlights the universal human drive to understand our place in the cosmos, a quest that continues to this day with our modern exploration of space. The Antikythera mechanism stands as a remarkable testament to the astronomical expertise of ancient civilizations. This intricate device, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera, dates back to around 150 to 100 BC. Its complexity and precision astound modern scientists, revealing a level of technological sophistication previously thought impossible for its time. At its core, the Antikythera mechanism is an analog computer designed to predict astronomical positions and eclipses. It consists of a complex system of bronze gears and dials that accurately track the movements of celestial bodies. The device could calculate the positions of the sun, moon, and planets, as well as predict solar and lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. The mechanism demonstrates a profound understanding of celestial mechanics and mathematical principles. It incorporates sophisticated gearing systems, including a differential gear, which was not rediscovered until the 16th century. This level of engineering prowess challenges our perceptions of ancient technological capabilities and suggests a far more advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics than previously believed. Perhaps most impressively, the Antikythera mechanism encapsulates complex astronomical cycles, such as the Metonic cycle and the Saros cycle, into its mechanical workings. This integration of theoretical knowledge into a practical, functioning device showcases the ancient Greeks' ability to translate abstract concepts into tangible, useful tools. The Antikythera mechanism thus serves as a bridge between ancient astronomical theory and practical application, cementing its status as an extraordinary testament to early scientific achievement. Ancient civilizations demonstrated remarkable skill in aligning their monumental structures with celestial bodies and events. This precision stemmed from a combination of careful observation, mathematical knowledge, and ingenious engineering techniques. Many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, Maya, and Aztecs, developed sophisticated methods for tracking celestial movements. They used simple yet effective tools, such as shadow sticks and horizon markers, to observe the sun, moon, and stars over long periods. These observations allowed them to create accurate calendars and predict celestial events with impressive precision. The knowledge gained from these observations was then applied to the construction of monuments. Surveyors and architects used techniques like the plumb bob, a weight suspended on a string, to establish straight vertical lines. They also employed water-filled trenches to ensure level surfaces over long distances. These methods, combined with their understanding of geometry, enabled them to create structures aligned with specific celestial events or cardinal directions. One of the most famous examples of this precision is the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions, deviating by only a fraction of a degree. This level of accuracy showcases the advanced knowledge and meticulous planning of ancient Egyptian builders, challenging our perceptions of what was possible without modern technology. Ancient astronomical observatories like Chichen Itza have long fascinated archaeologists and astronomers alike. These structures were far more than simple buildings. They were sophisticated instruments for observing and predicting celestial events. One prominent theory suggests that Chichen Itza's El Caracol Tower served as an advanced observatory for tracking the movements of Venus. The Maya considered Venus highly significant, associating it with their god Kukulkan. Researchers believe the building's windows were precisely aligned to mark important points in Venus's cycle, allowing priests to predict its appearances and disappearances. Another theory proposes that these observatories were crucial for agricultural planning. By accurately predicting solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial events, the Maya could determine the best times for planting and harvesting crops. This knowledge would have been vital for the survival and prosperity of their civilization. Some scholars argue that astronomical observatories also served important political and religious functions. By demonstrating their ability to predict celestial events, Maya rulers could reinforce their divine right to rule, claiming a special connection to the gods. These structures thus became powerful symbols of authority and cosmic knowledge, blending science with spiritual beliefs in a uniquely Mesoamerican way. Researchers employ a multifaceted approach when interpreting astronomical symbolism in ancient artifacts. They combine archaeological evidence, historical records, and astronomical knowledge to decipher the meanings behind these intriguing relics. One key method involves analyzing the positioning and alignment of structures or symbols with celestial bodies. For instance, many ancient monuments were constructed to align with specific stars or solar events, such as solstices or equinoxes. By studying these alignments, researchers can infer the astronomical knowledge and cultural significance attributed to celestial phenomena by ancient civilizations. Comparative analysis also plays a crucial role. Experts examine similar symbols across different cultures and time periods, looking for patterns and shared meanings. This approach helps identify widespread astronomical concepts and how they were represented in various societies. Researchers also rely on contextual clues, such as accompanying inscriptions or related artifacts, to understand the purpose and meaning of astronomical symbols. By piecing together these diverse sources of information, scientists can reconstruct ancient peoples' understanding of the cosmos and its significance in their lives, shedding light on their scientific knowledge, religious beliefs, and cultural practices. The Dogon people of Mali have long fascinated researchers due to their apparent astronomical knowledge, which seems to surpass what should have been possible for an isolated African tribe. At the heart of this mystery lies their understanding of Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. The Dogon reportedly knew about Sirius B, a white dwarf companion star to Sirius that is invisible to the naked eye and was only discovered by Western astronomers in the mid-19th century. Even more intriguingly, the Dogon allegedly possessed knowledge of Sirius C, a third star in the system whose existence remains debated by modern astronomers. They described Sirius B as small, heavy, and white, which accurately reflects its nature as a white dwarf. The Dogon's sacred traditions also included information about the orbital period of Sirius B, which they claimed took 50 years to complete one revolution around Sirius A, remarkably close to the actual 50.1-year orbital period. This knowledge has led to various theories about its origin. Some researchers suggest that the Dogon may have had contact with an advanced ancient civilization or even extraterrestrial beings. Others propose that their astronomical information could have come from European visitors in more recent times, possibly French anthropologists or missionaries. Skeptics argue that the Dogon's astronomical knowledge might have been misinterpreted or exaggerated by researchers. They suggest that the tribe's cosmology could be a mix of indigenous beliefs and information acquired from outside sources over time. The mystery of the Dogon's astronomical knowledge continues to spark debate and remains an intriguing puzzle in the intersection of anthropology and astronomy. Ancient cultures developed remarkable methods for predicting celestial events through careful observation and meticulous record-keeping over generations. Civilizations like the Babylonians, Mayans, and Chinese astronomers track the movements of celestial bodies, noting patterns and cycles that repeated over time. These early sky watchers created detailed calendars and star charts, often carving or painting their observations on stone or clay tablets. They recognized that celestial events, such as lunar eclipses and planetary alignments, occurred in predictable patterns. By documenting these occurrences over centuries, they could forecast future events with surprising accuracy. One of the most impressive examples is the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek device dating back to around 150 BCE. This complex analog computer could predict astronomical positions and eclipses for calendar and astrological purposes. Its sophistication demonstrates the depth of astronomical knowledge possessed by ancient cultures. Many ancient observatories, such as Stonehenge in England and Chichen Itza in Mexico, were also designed to track celestial movements. These structures acted as giant calendars, aligning with the sun, moon, and stars at specific times of the year, allowing priests and astronomers to predict solstices, equinoxes, and other significant celestial events with remarkable precision. Ancient civilizations have left us intriguing clues about their astronomical knowledge, including hints that they might have been aware of planets beyond those visible to the naked eye. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence comes from Mesopotamia, where clay tablets dating back to around 2000 BCE contain surprisingly accurate information about the movements of Venus. These observations were so precise that some researchers speculate the Babylonians might have used some form of primitive lenses to aid their stargazing. In ancient India, early astronomical texts, known as the Vedas, mention the existence of multiple planets, including references to celestial bodies that some interpret as possibly alluding to Uranus or Neptune. While these interpretations remain controversial, they highlight the sophisticated astronomical traditions of many ancient cultures. Perhaps most famously, some researchers point to the Dogon people of Mali, who have long held traditions describing a companion star to Sirius that is invisible to the naked eye. This star, now known as Sirius B, was only discovered by Western astronomers in the 19th century. While some argue this knowledge could have come from more recent contact with modern astronomers, others see it as potential evidence of ancient astronomical capabilities that exceeded our current understanding. It is important to note that while these examples are intriguing, they remain subjects of ongoing debate in the scientific community. The line between ancient astronomical knowledge and modern interpretation is often blurry, requiring careful analysis of historical, cultural, and archaeological evidence to draw firm conclusions about what ancient civilizations truly knew about the cosmos. Ancient cultures developed remarkably sophisticated calendar systems through careful observation and meticulous record-keeping over many generations. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of these complex timekeeping methods in various civilizations across the globe. One of the most famous examples is the Mayan calendar, which combined multiple cycles to track time with astonishing accuracy. The Maya used a system that included a 52-year cycle known as the calendar round, alongside a longer cycle called the long count. This allowed them to precisely date events over vast periods, demonstrating their advanced understanding of astronomical cycles. In ancient Egypt, the calendar was closely tied to the annual flooding of the Nile River, which was crucial for agriculture. Egyptian priests developed a solar calendar based on the heliacal rising of the star Sirius, which coincided with the flood. This calendar consisted of 365 days, divided into 12 months of 30 days each, with 5 additional days at the end of the year. Archaeologists explain that these advanced systems were developed through centuries of astronomical observations, combined with the practical needs of agriculture and religious ceremonies. The sophisticated nature of these calendars reflects the importance ancient cultures placed on understanding and predicting natural cycles, which were essential for their survival and cultural practices. Stonehenge has long fascinated archaeologists and astronomers alike, sparking numerous theories about its purpose and connection to the cosmos. One prominent idea suggests that Stonehenge served as an ancient observatory, allowing our ancestors to track celestial movements and predict important astronomical events. The alignment of Stonehenge's stones with key solar and lunar positions has led researchers to propose that it functioned as a calendar. The monument's main axis aligns perfectly with the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset, indicating a clear intention to mark solstices. This alignment could have helped ancient people determine the start of seasons, crucial for agricultural planning and religious ceremonies. Some scholars argue that Stonehenge might have been used to predict eclipses. The positioning of certain stones appears to correspond with the 18.6-year cycle of lunar nodes, potentially allowing skilled observers to forecast both solar and lunar eclipses. This knowledge would have given its possessors significant power and prestige within their community. Beyond practical applications, Stonehenge may have served as a symbolic representation of the cosmos as understood by its builders. The circular shape and carefully positioned stones could reflect their perception of celestial patterns, creating a tangible link between the earthly and heavenly realms. This cosmic connection might have imbued the site with religious or spiritual significance, making it a center for rituals and gatherings tied to astronomical events. The collapse of the Mayan civilization has puzzled researchers for decades, leading to several theories about its sudden decline. One prominent explanation focuses on environmental factors, particularly severe droughts that may have struck the region. Evidence from lake sediments and cave formations suggests a series of prolonged dry periods that could have devastated Mayan agriculture, leading to food shortages and social unrest. Another theory points to the role of deforestation and environmental degradation. As the Mayan population grew, they cleared vast areas of forest for agriculture and city building. This large-scale deforestation might have altered local climate patterns, exacerbating drought conditions and eroding fertile soil, ultimately undermining their agricultural base. Some researchers propose that warfare and political instability played a crucial role in the Mayan downfall. Archaeological evidence reveals increased conflict between city-states in the late Classic period. This constant warfare could have disrupted trade networks, drained resources, and weakened the social fabric of Mayan society. Lastly, Some scholars suggest that a combination of these factors, rather than a single cause, led to the Mayan collapse. The interplay of environmental stress, overpopulation, and political conflict might have created a perfect storm that the Mayan civilization could not weather, leading to its eventual disintegration and abandonment of their great cities. The disappearance of the Anasazi people, now more commonly referred to as ancestral Puebloans, has long intrigued archaeologists and historians. These ancient Native Americans inhabited the Four Corners region of the southwestern United States for over 1,000 years before seemingly vanishing around the year 1300. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that severe drought played a significant role in their departure. Tree ring data indicates a prolonged period of dry conditions, which would have made agriculture increasingly difficult. This environmental stress likely led to food shortages and social unrest, forcing the ancestral Puebloans to abandon their cliff dwellings and great houses. However, it is crucial to understand that the ancestral Puebloans did not simply vanish. Instead, they migrated to areas with more reliable water sources and better farming conditions. Archaeological and genetic evidence shows that many moved south into present-day Arizona and New Mexico, integrating with other Puebloan groups. Some of their descendants can be found among modern Pueblo peoples, such as the Hopi and Zuni. The story of the ancestral Puebloans serves as a powerful reminder of how climate change can impact human societies. Their adaptive response to environmental challenges demonstrates the resilience and ingenuity of ancient cultures in the face of adversity. The decline of the Indus Valley Civilization remains one of the most intriguing enigmas in ancient history. This advanced urban society, which flourished in the Indian subcontinent from around 2600 to 1900 BCE, suddenly began to wane, leaving archaeologists and historians puzzled. One of the leading theories suggests that climate change played a crucial role in the civilization's downfall. Evidence indicates that the region experienced a prolonged period of drought, which could have severely impacted agricultural productivity. This environmental shift might have led to food shortages, social unrest, and ultimately the abandonment of major urban centers. Another mystery surrounds the absence of clear signs of external invasion or widespread conflict. Unlike other ancient civilizations that fell to conquering armies, the Indus Valley sites show little evidence of violent destruction. This has led some experts to propose that internal factors, such as changes in trade patterns or the exhaustion of natural resources, might have contributed to the decline. The disappearance of the Indus script adds another layer to the mystery. This undeciphered writing system vanished along with the civilization, leaving behind tantalizing clues about the culture's knowledge and beliefs. The inability to read these texts has hampered our understanding of the civilization's final days and the reasons behind its collapse. As researchers continue to unearth new evidence, the enigma of the Indus Valley civilization's decline remains a compelling subject of study and debate. The fate of the Rapa Nui civilization on Easter Island remains a subject of intense debate among researchers due to conflicting evidence and interpretations. This remote island in the Pacific Ocean, famous for its enigmatic stone statues called moai, has long captivated scientists and the public alike. One prominent theory suggests that the Rapa Nui people experienced a dramatic collapse due to environmental degradation. Proponents argue that the islanders overexploited their limited resources, particularly by cutting down palm forests for statue transportation and agriculture. This deforestation allegedly led to soil erosion, reduced crop yields, and ultimately societal breakdown. However, other researchers challenge this narrative, pointing to evidence of sustainable practices and resilience among the Rapa Nui. They argue that the population decline was more gradual and complex, influenced by factors such as European contact, introduced diseases, and slave raiding. These scholars emphasize the adaptability of the Rapa Nui people in the face of environmental challenges. Recent archaeological findings have further complicated the picture, revealing evidence of continued statue carving and sophisticated agricultural techniques even after European arrival. This ongoing debate highlights the complexity of understanding ancient civilizations and the dangers of oversimplifying historical narratives. As research continues, our understanding of the Rapa Nui civilization and its fate continues to evolve, underscoring the importance of interdisciplinary approaches in unraveling the mysteries of the past. Archaeologists studying ancient Mesopotamia have uncovered fascinating evidence of societal collapse through careful examination of material remains and environmental data. They analyze changes in settlement patterns, looking for signs of population decline or abandonment of major urban centers. Excavations often reveal layers of destruction or abandonment, providing clues about the timing and nature of collapse events. One key indicator archaeologists focus on is the breakdown of complex social systems. They look for evidence of declining trade networks, reduced craft specialization, and simplification of administrative structures. This might be seen in the disappearance of certain luxury goods, changes in pottery styles, or a reduction in the variety of artifacts found at sites. Environmental evidence plays a crucial role in understanding societal collapse. Archaeologists examine pollen samples, tree rings, and soil composition to reconstruct past climate conditions. They often find correlations between periods of severe drought or other environmental stresses and signs of societal upheaval. These data help researchers understand how environmental factors may have contributed to or exacerbated social and economic problems. Textual evidence, when available, provides additional insights. Cuneiform tablets from Mesopotamia sometimes describe famines, wars, or social unrest that can be linked to archaeological evidence of decline. By combining these various lines of evidence, archaeologists can build a comprehensive picture of how and why ancient Mesopotamian societies experience periods of collapse and transformation. The Olmec civilization, one of Mesoamerica's earliest and most influential cultures, vanished around 2,500 years ago, leaving behind colossal stone heads and other enigmatic artifacts. Several theories attempt to explain their disappearance, each shedding light on different aspects of this ancient mystery. One prominent theory suggests that environmental changes played a crucial role. Some researchers propose that significant alterations in the region's river systems disrupted the Olmec's agricultural practices. These changes might have led to crop failures, food shortages, and ultimately, societal collapse. The Olmec relied heavily on farming, particularly maize cultivation, so any major disruption to their food supply could have had catastrophic consequences. Another hypothesis focuses on internal, social, and political factors. Some scholars argue that increasing social inequality and political instability within Olmec society may have led to its downfall. As the elite class grew more powerful and demanding, the burden on the general population might have become unsustainable, potentially leading to uprisings or the gradual abandonment of Olmec centers. External pressures from neighboring cultures could have also contributed to the Olmec's decline. As other Mesoamerican civilizations grew in power and influence, the Olmec might have faced increased competition for resources and trade routes. This competition could have weakened their economic and political standing, eventually leading to their cultural disintegration and assimilation into other groups. The decline and abandonment of Angkor Wat, the magnificent temple complex in Cambodia, has long puzzled researchers. Recent studies have shed light on this mystery, revealing a complex interplay of factors that led to its downfall. Climate change played a significant role in Angkor's abandonment. Evidence from tree rings and sediment cores suggests that the region experienced severe droughts interspersed with intense monsoons during the 14th and 15th centuries. These extreme weather patterns likely disrupted the intricate water management system that was crucial for agriculture and daily life in the city. Archaeological findings indicate that the changing climate coincided with significant social and political upheaval. As resources became scarce, conflicts arose both within the Khmer Empire and with neighboring powers. The strain on the empire's infrastructure and economy became too great to sustain the populous city and its grand monuments. Researchers have also uncovered evidence of a shift in trade routes and economic centers during this period. As maritime trade gained importance, the inland city of Angkor lost its strategic advantage to coastal areas. This economic decline, combined with environmental and political factors, ultimately led to the gradual abandonment of Angkor Wat and the surrounding city as people moved to more favorable locations. Archaeological and geological evidence provides compelling insights into the role of climate change in the downfall of several ancient civilizations. The collapse of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia around 2150 BCE coincided with a severe drought lasting for 300 years. This prolonged dry spell, evidenced by dust deposits in sea cores from the Gulf of Oman, likely led to widespread crop failures and social upheaval. Similarly, the demise of the classic Maya civilization in Central America between 800 and 1000 CE aligns with multiple intense droughts. These dry periods are recorded in sediment cores from lakes and cave formations in the region. The droughts would have severely impacted the Mayas' sophisticated but vulnerable water management systems, potentially triggering conflicts over dwindling resources. In Egypt, the Old Kingdom period ended around 2100 BCE, coinciding with a series of low Nile floods. These low water levels, documented in sediment records, would have drastically reduced agricultural productivity in a civilization heavily dependent on annual river flooding. The resulting food shortages may have contributed to the political instability and social unrest that marked the end of this era. The Indus Valley civilization in South Asia also shows signs of decline around 1900 BCE, correlating with a weakening of the summer monsoon. This climate shift, recorded in marine sediments from the Arabian Sea, would have reduced water availability for this hydraulic civilization, potentially leading to its gradual abandonment. Archaeologists employ a range of techniques to uncover evidence of warfare and its impact on ancient societies. They carefully examine skeletal remains for signs of violent trauma, such as sword cuts, arrow wounds, or blunt force injuries. These physical markers can reveal the prevalence and nature of conflict within a population. Excavations of ancient settlements often yield valuable clues about warfare. Archaeologists look for defensive structures like walls, moats, and watchtowers, which indicate a need for protection against attacks. They also search for weapons, armor, and other military equipment that can provide insights into the scale and sophistication of warfare in a given society. The sudden abandonment of settlements, accompanied by evidence of destruction such as burn layers or collapsed buildings, can suggest violent conquest. Archaeologists analyze these patterns across multiple sites to build a broader picture of regional conflict and its consequences. They also study changes in settlement patterns, such as a shift from unprotected lowland areas to more defensible hilltop locations, which may indicate increasing warfare. Archaeologists also turn to ancient texts, artwork, and oral traditions to supplement the physical evidence. These sources can provide context for archaeological findings and offer insights into the cultural and political factors that may have contributed to warfare and societal collapse. By combining these diverse lines of evidence, archaeologists can piece together a comprehensive understanding of how warfare may have played a role in the decline or disappearance of ancient societies. The decline of the Minoan civilization remains shrouded in mystery, captivating archaeologists and historians for generations. This advanced Bronze Age society, which flourished on the island of Crete from around 2700 to 1450 BCE, seemingly vanished almost overnight, leaving behind intricate palaces and sophisticated artifacts, but few clues as to the cause of its downfall. One leading theory points to the catastrophic eruption of Thera, a volcano on the nearby island of Santorini. This massive explosion, occurring around 1600 BCE, unleashed devastating tsunamis and ash clouds that could have severely disrupted Minoan life. However, evidence suggests the civilization persisted for some time after this event, raising questions about its true impact. Another hypothesis involves the invasion of the Mycenaeans from mainland Greece. Some scholars argue that these warriors may have conquered Crete, assimilating or displacing the Minoan population. Yet, the lack of clear signs of warfare or destruction at many Minoan sites challenges this explanation. Climate change and environmental factors also enter the discussion. Some researchers propose that a combination of earthquakes, droughts, and crop failures might have gradually weakened the Minoan society, making it vulnerable to external pressures or internal collapse. The truth likely lies in a complex interplay of these factors, with the Minoan decline serving as a stark reminder of how even advanced civilizations can fall victim to natural disasters, social upheaval, or environmental changes. Archaeologists have uncovered remarkable evidence of advanced metallurgical techniques in ancient artifacts, revealing the ingenuity and skill of our ancestors. These discoveries challenge our understanding of early human technological capabilities and shed light on the sophisticated knowledge possessed by ancient civilizations. One key explanation for these advanced techniques lies in the gradual accumulation and refinement of knowledge over generations. Ancient metalworkers likely passed down their expertise through apprenticeships, allowing techniques to be honed and improved over time. This transfer of knowledge, combined with experimentation and innovation, led to the development of complex metallurgical processes. The availability of diverse mineral resources also played a crucial role in advancing metallurgical techniques. Different regions had access to various ores and metals, prompting ancient craftsmen to adapt and develop specific methods for working with these materials. For instance, the discovery of copper smelting in the Middle East around 7,000 years ago paved the way for increasingly sophisticated metalworking techniques. Trade networks and cultural exchanges further contributed to the spread and advancement of metallurgical knowledge. As civilizations interacted and shared ideas, techniques from different regions merged and evolved, resulting in more refined and complex metalworking methods. This cross-pollination of knowledge allowed ancient societies to achieve remarkable feats in metallurgy, producing artifacts that continue to astonish modern researchers with their quality and complexity. Damascus steel has long captivated metallurgists and historians alike. This legendary metal, known for its distinctive wavy patterns and exceptional strength, was used to forge swords of unparalleled quality in the Middle East from around 800 to 1800 CE. The exact method of its production remains a subject of debate and research. One of the key mysteries surrounding Damascus steel is the source of its unique properties. Some researchers believe that trace elements, possibly including vanadium, molybdenum, or tungsten, played a crucial role in forming its characteristic structure. These elements might have been present in the specific iron ores used, contributing to the steel's remarkable toughness and ability to maintain a sharp edge. Another intriguing aspect of Damascus steel is the potential presence of carbon nanotubes and cementite nanowires in its structure. These microscopic formations, only observable with modern electron microscopes, could explain the material's legendary strength and flexibility. How ancient smiths managed to create these nanostructures without modern technology remains a fascinating question. The loss of the original Damascus steel production technique adds to its mystique. As trade routes changed and traditional ore sources were depleted, the knowledge of how to create this remarkable metal was gradually lost. Modern attempts to recreate Damascus steel have yielded similar-looking products, but whether they truly replicate the properties of the original remains uncertain. This enigma continues to drive research and speculation in the field of metallurgy. Ancient civilizations developed sophisticated metallurgical techniques that allowed them to produce metals of remarkable purity. Their methods, while primitive by modern standards, were highly effective and demonstrated a deep understanding of materials and processes. One key to their success was the use of carefully selected ores. Ancient metalworkers learned to identify high-quality ore deposits through observation and experience. They often chose ores that were naturally high in the desired metal content, reducing the need for extensive purification. The smelting process itself was crucial to achieving high purity. Ancient smelters used charcoal as both fuel and a reducing agent, which helped remove oxygen from the metal oxides in the ore. They also developed techniques to control furnace temperatures and airflow, creating optimal conditions for separating metal from impurities. Some civilizations, like the Romans, even used multi-stage smelting processes to further refine their metals. Additionally, many ancient cultures employed fluxes, substances added to the smelting process to help separate impurities from the desired metal. Common fluxes included limestone and sand, which would combine with impurities to form a slag that could be easily removed. These techniques, refined over centuries, allowed ancient metalworkers to produce metals of exceptional purity, laying the foundation for technological advancements that shaped the course of human history. The Iron Pillar of Delhi stands as a remarkable testament to ancient Indian metallurgy and continues to intrigue scientists and historians alike. This rust-resistant pillar, dating back to the 4th century, has sparked numerous theories about its purpose and creation. One prominent theory suggests that the pillar was originally erected as a flagstaff, known as a Dhvaja Stamba, in honor of the Hindu deity Vishnu. This idea is supported by the Sanskrit inscription on the pillar, which mentions a king named Chandra, believed by some scholars to be the Gupta emperor Chandragupta II. Another theory proposes that the pillar served as an astronomical instrument. Some researchers argue that its placement and design indicate it might have been used to track the movement of celestial bodies or as a gnomon in a large sundial. However, this theory remains controversial and lacks substantial evidence. The creation of the iron pillar has also been a subject of intense speculation. Its remarkable resistance to corrosion has led some to suggest that its makers possessed advanced metallurgical knowledge. The pillar's composition, primarily wrought iron with a high phosphorus content, creates a protective layer that prevents rust. This has led to theories about lost ancient technologies and the possibility that similar techniques could be applied to modern metallurgy. The presence of aluminum artifacts in ancient sites has puzzled researchers for decades. Aluminum, in its pure metallic form, does not occur naturally on Earth and requires complex extraction and processing techniques that were not developed until the 19th century. This makes the discovery of aluminum objects in archaeological contexts dating back thousands of years particularly intriguing. One explanation offered by researchers is the possibility of misidentification. Some artifacts initially thought to be aluminum may actually be composed of other metals or alloys that resemble aluminum in appearance or properties. Advanced analytical techniques have sometimes revealed that these objects are made of different materials altogether. Another theory suggests that some aluminum artifacts might be the result of natural processes involving bauxite, the primary ore of aluminum. Under certain geological conditions, small amounts of metallic aluminum could potentially form within bauxite deposits. However, this explanation remains highly speculative and lacks substantial evidence. Some researchers propose that ancient civilizations might have stumbled upon rare meteorites containing aluminum. Certain types of meteorites can contain small amounts of naturally occurring metallic aluminum, which could have been worked into objects by ancient craftsmen. This theory, while plausible, does not account for the quantity or complexity of some reported aluminum artifacts. Archaeological discoveries have revealed that ancient civilizations possessed remarkable metallurgical skills, demonstrating knowledge of complex alloys far earlier than previously thought. In Mesopotamia, artifacts dating back to 3,000 years before the Common Era show sophisticated bronze working techniques, combining copper and tin in precise ratios to create tools and weapons with superior hardness and durability. The ancient Egyptians took metalworking even further, developing intricate gold alloys for jewelry and ceremonial objects. They mastered the art of combining gold with copper and silver to create a range of colors and properties, showcasing an advanced understanding of metal composition and its effects on the final product. Perhaps most surprisingly, researchers have found evidence of advanced steel production in ancient India. The famous Delhi iron pillar, standing over 7 meters tall and weighing more than 6,000 kilograms, has resisted corrosion for over 1,500 years. Metallurgists have determined that this remarkable resistance is due to a protective layer formed by its unique composition, indicating a sophisticated grasp of alloy properties. These findings challenge our perceptions of ancient technological capabilities and suggest that early civilizations possessed a depth of metallurgical knowledge that was lost and later rediscovered. The evidence points to a rich history of experimentation and innovation in metalworking across various cultures, hinting at the possibility of even more advanced alloy knowledge waiting to be uncovered. Archaeologists have made remarkable discoveries about the metalworking techniques used in pre-Columbian America, revealing a level of sophistication that challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations. The Inca, Maya, and Aztec cultures, among others, developed advanced methods for working with gold, silver, and copper long before European contact. One of the most impressive techniques uncovered is lost wax casting, used to create intricate and detailed metal objects. This process involved creating a wax model, encasing it in clay, and then melting out the wax to leave a mold for pouring molten metal. The level of detail achieved through this method demonstrates the extraordinary skill of pre-Columbian metalsmiths. Another significant finding is the use of depletion gilding, a technique that allowed artisans to create a layer of pure gold on the surface of an alloy. This process involved repeatedly heating and treating the metal to remove other elements from the surface, leaving behind a thin but lustrous gold layer. This technique allowed for the creation of objects that appeared to be solid gold while using less of the precious metal. Archaeologists have also discovered evidence of advanced metallurgical knowledge in the creation of alloys. Pre-Columbian cultures developed various metal mixtures, including tumbaga, an alloy of gold and copper that was both durable and aesthetically pleasing. These findings highlight the ingenuity and technological prowess of ancient American civilizations, challenging earlier assumptions about the development of metalworking techniques in the Americas. Roman concrete has puzzled scientists and engineers for centuries. This ancient building material, used in structures that have endured for 2 millennia, possesses remarkable durability that modern concrete simply cannot match. One of the greatest mysteries lies in its ability to strengthen over time, particularly in seawater environments where modern concrete would rapidly deteriorate. The secret appears to lie in the unique mixture of volcanic ash, lime, and seawater used by Roman builders. This combination creates a rare mineral called aluminum tobermarite, which forms interlocking crystals within the concrete as it ages. Fascinatingly, the presence of seawater, typically destructive to modern concrete, actually triggers beneficial chemical reactions in Roman concrete, leading to ongoing structural reinforcement. Another intriguing aspect of Roman concrete is its self-healing property. Tiny cracks that would normally lead to structural failure in modern concrete instead prompt the formation of new minerals within Roman structures, effectively sealing the cracks and strengthening the overall material. This remarkable characteristic has allowed ancient Roman harbors and seawalls to withstand the relentless pounding of waves for thousands of years. Despite extensive research, modern scientists have yet to fully replicate the exact formula and techniques used by ancient Roman builders. The precise ratios of ingredients, mixing methods, and curing processes remain elusive, highlighting the sophisticated engineering knowledge possessed by our ancient predecessors. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of Roman concrete, we gain not only historical insights, but also potential solutions for creating more durable and sustainable building materials for our future. The remarkable longevity of ancient pigments and dyes has fascinated researchers for decades. These vibrant colors, found in ancient artworks, textiles, and artifacts, have withstood the test of time, often retaining their brilliance for thousands of years. Scientists attribute this durability to several factors, including the natural materials used and the meticulous preparation methods employed by ancient artisans. Many ancient pigments were derived from minerals which are inherently stable and resistant to degradation. For example, the vivid blue pigment known as Egyptian blue was created using calcium copper silicate, a compound that remains stable even after millennia. Similarly, red ochre, a naturally occurring iron oxide, has been used since prehistoric times and continues to maintain its rich hue due to its chemical stability. The preparation methods used by ancient craftspeople also contributed to the durability of these colors. Artisans often ground pigments into extremely fine particles and mix them with binders such as egg yolk, plant resins, or animal glue. This process created a strong bond between the pigment and the surface it was applied to, helping the color resist fading and flaking over time. Furthermore, some ancient dyes underwent chemical reactions during their preparation, forming new compounds that were more resistant to degradation. The famous Tyrian purple, extracted from sea snails, is an example of a dye that becomes more stable through oxidation, allowing it to retain its rich color for centuries. These factors combined have allowed ancient pigments and dyes to survive through the ages, providing us with a vibrant window into the colorful world of our ancestors. Ancient Egyptian artifacts continue to astound archaeologists and materials scientists with their sophisticated construction and durability. One prominent theory suggests that the Egyptians possessed advanced knowledge of geopolymers, allowing them to cast stones in place rather than quarrying and transporting massive blocks. This technique would have enabled the creation of precisely fitted structures like those found in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Another intriguing hypothesis focuses on the exceptional hardness of Egyptian copper chisels. Some researchers propose that the Egyptians developed a method of hardening copper to a degree not replicated until modern times. This could explain how they were able to work with extremely hard stones like granite and diorite with such precision. The remarkable preservation of pigments in ancient Egyptian artwork has led to theories about advanced chemical knowledge. Some experts believe the Egyptians created synthetic pigments that have stood the test of time far better than natural alternatives. This mastery of color chemistry might have extended to other areas of materials science as well. Theories also abound regarding the construction of Egyptian boats, particularly those designed for Nile travel and sea voyages. The use of sophisticated joinery techniques and waterproofing methods suggests a deep understanding of hydrodynamics and material properties that was far ahead of its time. Ancient maps that appear to show unexplored territories have long fascinated archaeologists and historians. These intriguing artifacts challenge our understanding of early human exploration and cartography. While some claim these maps prove advanced ancient knowledge, archaeologists offer more grounded explanations. One key factor is the nature of exploration and information sharing in ancient times. Traders, travelers, and explorers often shared knowledge informally, creating a collective understanding of distant lands before official expeditions. This oral tradition and unofficial exploration could lead to surprisingly accurate depictions of far-off places. Archaeologists also point out that many seemingly accurate ancient maps are often the result of educated guesswork and interpolation. Cartographers would use known coastlines and landmarks to estimate the shape and location of unexplored regions. Sometimes, these estimates turned out to be remarkably close to reality. Furthermore, some maps that appear ancient may actually be later copies or forgeries, incorporating more recent knowledge. Careful analysis of materials, techniques, and historical context helps archaeologists distinguish genuine ancient maps from more recent creations. By considering these factors, archaeologists can explain the apparent accuracy of some ancient maps without resorting to extraordinary claims. The Peru race map, created in 1513 by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Peru Race, has long puzzled historians and researchers. This ancient chart appears to show the coastline of Antarctica with remarkable accuracy, despite being drawn centuries before the continent's official discovery in 1820. What makes this map particularly intriguing is its depiction of Antarctica's coastline free of ice. Modern geological studies suggest that Antarctica has been covered in ice for millions of years, raising questions about how Peru Race could have obtained such information. Some researchers propose that the map might be based on ancient source maps dating back to a time when Antarctica was ice-free, potentially thousands of years ago. Another mystery surrounding the Peru Race map is its apparent inclusion of longitude lines, a navigational tool not officially developed until the 18th century. This has led to speculation about advanced ancient civilizations possessing sophisticated mapping technologies lost to time. Critics argue that the identified landmass might not be Antarctica at all, but rather a distorted representation of South America's coast. However, the ongoing debate and the map's surprising accuracy in other areas continue to fuel fascination with this enigmatic document, challenging our understanding of ancient cartography and geographical knowledge. Researchers examining ancient Chinese maps are often astounded by the level of cartographic sophistication they display. These maps, some dating back over 2,000 years, reveal a profound understanding of geography, astronomy, and mathematical principles that were far ahead of their time. The accuracy of these ancient maps has led scholars to believe that Chinese cartographers possessed advanced surveying techniques and a deep knowledge of geometry. They likely used sophisticated instruments to measure distances and angles, allowing them to create remarkably precise representations of both local and distant lands. One of the most intriguing aspects of these maps is their incorporation of astronomical observations. Many ancient Chinese maps show a clear understanding of celestial navigation, suggesting that mapmakers were able to determine latitude and longitude with surprising accuracy. This knowledge was crucial for maritime exploration and trade, enabling Chinese sailors to navigate vast distances across the seas. Furthermore, researchers have noted the presence of complex grid systems in some ancient Chinese maps, indicating a grasp of mathematical concepts that were not widely known in other parts of the world at the time. These grids allowed for more accurate scaling and proportional representation of land masses, rivers, and mountain ranges. The interpretation of these advanced cartographic elements continues to challenge our understanding of ancient Chinese scientific achievements and their influence on global cartography. The Nebra sky disk, an ancient bronze artifact discovered in Germany, has sparked numerous theories about its purpose and creation. Dating back to around 1600 BCE, this remarkable object features intricate gold symbols believed to represent celestial bodies and events. One prominent theory suggests the disk served as an advanced astronomical tool. Researchers propose it was used to track the movements of the sun and moon, potentially helping early European farmers determine optimal times for planting and harvesting crops. The disk's arrangement of stars, including a cluster interpreted as the Pleiades, could have marked important agricultural dates in the Bronze Age calendar. Another intriguing hypothesis posits that the Nebra sky disk functioned as a religious or ceremonial object. Some scholars argue it might have been used in rituals related to sun worship or as a symbol of power for religious leaders who possessed astronomical knowledge. The disk's golden celestial symbols may have represented deities or served as a tangible connection between the earthly and divine realms. A third theory focuses on the disk's potential role in early scientific understanding. Some experts believe it might represent one of the earliest known attempts to map the night sky and comprehend celestial mechanics. This interpretation suggests that the creators of the Nebra sky disk possessed a sophisticated grasp of astronomy, challenging our perceptions of Bronze Age scientific knowledge in Europe. Ancient Polynesian cultures developed remarkably sophisticated navigation techniques that allowed them to traverse vast stretches of the Pacific Ocean. These seafaring peoples relied on a complex system of observations and knowledge passed down through generations. One key aspect of their navigation was their deep understanding of celestial bodies. Polynesian navigators used the positions of stars, the sun, and the moon to determine their latitude and maintain their course across open waters. They recognized specific stars and constellations as directional markers, creating mental star maps that guided their voyages. Ocean swells also played a crucial role in Polynesian navigation. Experienced navigators could detect subtle changes in wave patterns, using them to identify the presence of distant islands long before they became visible. They understood how islands disrupted the regular patterns of ocean swells, creating telltale signs of land. Polynesian voyagers also relied on their observations of wildlife, such as seabirds and fish, to locate islands. They knew which species were likely to be found near land and used this knowledge to guide their journeys. Additionally, they paid close attention to cloud formations, wind patterns, and even the color of the sky, all of which provided valuable navigational information. This holistic approach to navigation demonstrates the incredible depth of knowledge and skill possessed by these ancient seafarers. Ancient civilizations demonstrated surprising knowledge of global geography through various artifacts and writings. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis, is one such piece of evidence. This map accurately depicts the coastlines of South America, Africa, and even parts of Antarctica, which was not officially discovered until 3 centuries later. The map's precision has led some researchers to suggest that ancient seafarers might have explored these regions long before recorded history. Another intriguing example comes from ancient Greek civilization. The philosopher Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy in the 3rd century before Common Era. Using simple observations and mathematical calculations, he arrived at a figure very close to the actual measurement, demonstrating an advanced understanding of the planet's size and shape. In Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization created complex calendar systems and astronomical observations that required a sophisticated grasp of global positioning. Their ability to predict celestial events with precision suggests they possessed knowledge of Earth's place in the solar system and its relationship to other celestial bodies. These examples, among others, hint at the possibility that ancient civilizations had access to geographical information far beyond what was previously believed. While the exact sources of this knowledge remain a subject of debate, these artifacts continue to challenge our understanding of ancient exploration and scientific advancement. Researchers approach ancient Babylonian maps with a blend of historical context and modern analytical techniques. These maps, often inscribed on clay tablets, offer valuable insights into Babylonian understanding of geography and their place in the world. Babylonian mapmakers used a combination of observed features and mythological elements in their cartography. They typically depicted Babylon at the center of the world, surrounded by a circular ocean. This placement reflects the cultural importance of Babylon in their worldview, rather than a strictly geographical understanding. Scholars examine the accuracy of these maps by comparing known locations with their depictions. While not precise by modern standards, Babylonian maps often show surprising accuracy in relative positions of major landmarks and cities. This suggests a sophisticated understanding of trade routes and regional geography. The symbolism in Babylonian maps is particularly intriguing to researchers. Many maps include references to cosmic geography, linking earthly locations with celestial bodies and divine realms. This integration of the physical and spiritual worlds provides valuable insights into Babylonian religious and philosophical beliefs, helping scholars better understand their complex civilization. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek device discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Antikythera Island, continues to astound scientists and historians. This complex mechanical calculator, dating back to around 100 to 200 BCE, was far ahead of its time in terms of technological sophistication. One of the primary mysteries surrounding the Antikythera mechanism is its exact purpose. While it is clear that the device was used to track celestial movements and predict astronomical events, its potential role as a navigational tool remains a subject of debate. Some researchers suggest that it could have been used for navigation at sea, helping sailors determine their position based on the positions of celestial bodies. However, the complexity and delicacy of the mechanism raise questions about its practicality for use on a moving ship. The creation of the Antikythera mechanism is another area shrouded in mystery. The level of engineering and astronomical knowledge required to build such a device suggests that its creators possessed skills and understanding far beyond what was previously thought possible for that era. This has led to speculation about the existence of advanced scientific communities in ancient Greece that have been lost to history. Furthermore, the uniqueness of the Antikythera mechanism raises questions about why no other similar devices from that period have been discovered. Was it a one-of-a-kind invention, or were there others that have been lost or destroyed over time? These lingering questions continue to fuel research and speculation, making the Antikythera mechanism one of the most intriguing artifacts in the study of ancient technology and astronomy. The presence of New World plants in ancient Old World maps has long puzzled archaeologists and historians. This intriguing phenomenon challenges our understanding of pre-Columbian contact between the Americas and Eurasia. Several theories have been proposed to explain these unexpected botanical depictions. One explanation suggests that there might have been sporadic, undocumented contact between the Old and New Worlds before Christopher Columbus's famous voyage in 1492. Norse explorers, for instance, are known to have reached North America around 1000 CE, and it's possible that knowledge of certain plants spread through trade networks back to Europe. Another theory proposes that some plants thought to be exclusive to the Americas might have actually existed in limited quantities in the Old World before becoming extinct there. This could explain why certain plants appeared on maps before official European contact with the Americas. However, this theory remains controversial and lacks substantial evidence. Some researchers argue that these plant depictions might be the result of misidentification or artistic interpretation. Mapmakers and illustrators of the time might have based their drawings on second-hand descriptions or confused similar-looking Old World plants with New World species. This explanation highlights the challenges of accurate botanical representation in historical cartography. Medieval mappa mundi, or world maps, have long fascinated historians and cartographers. These intricate maps, often beautifully illustrated, were not primarily intended for navigation or accurate geographical representation. Instead, they served a variety of purposes, both spiritual and educational. One prominent theory suggests that mappa mundi were created as visual representations of Christian theology and history. These maps often placed Jerusalem at the center, reflecting its importance in medieval Christian worldviews. They frequently included biblical scenes and locations, such as the Garden of Eden, alongside contemporary places and fantastical creatures. This theory posits that the maps were meant to illustrate the Christian understanding of the world and its history. Another perspective argues that mappa mundi were educational tools, designed to convey a broad range of knowledge about the world. They often included information on distant lands, peoples, and natural phenomena, serving as encyclopedic references for medieval scholars and students. This theory emphasizes the map's role in preserving and transmitting geographical, historical, and cultural knowledge in a largely illiterate society. Regarding accuracy, it is important to note that geographical precision was not the primary goal of these maps. They were more concerned with conveying concepts and relationships than with accurate scale or positioning. However, some scholars argue that certain elements of mappa mundi were more accurate than previously thought, reflecting contemporary knowledge of trade routes and distant lands. Ultimately, these maps offer valuable insights into medieval perceptions of the world, blending faith, knowledge, and imagination in a unique cartographic tradition. The Bimini Road, located off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas, has intrigued archaeologists and enthusiasts for decades. This underwater formation consists of a series of limestone blocks arranged in what appears to be a linear pattern. Interpreting its purpose and creation has sparked debate among researchers. Many archaeologists view the Bimini Road as a natural geological formation. They argue that the limestone blocks are the result of beach rock formation, a process where sand and carbonate materials cement together near the shoreline. Over time, erosion and tectonic activity could have broken this beach rock into the block-like shapes we see today. This interpretation is supported by geological studies of the area and comparisons with similar formations elsewhere. However, some researchers and alternative theorists propose that the Bimini Road might be an artificial structure, possibly part of an ancient harbor or road. They point to the seemingly organized arrangement of the blocks and their uniform size as evidence of human intervention. This perspective often links the formation to legends of lost civilizations, such as Atlantis, although mainstream archaeology generally dismisses these claims due to lack of supporting evidence. Ongoing research continues to examine the Bimini Road, employing advanced underwater mapping techniques and geological analysis. While the debate persists, most archaeologists lean towards a natural explanation, emphasizing the importance of scientific methodology in interpreting such underwater formations. The Bimini Road serves as a reminder of the challenges in distinguishing between natural phenomena and potential human-made structures in submerged environments. The Baigong pipes in China have puzzled scientists and sparked numerous theories about their origin. These mysterious structures, found in and around Mount Baigong in the Qinghai province, consist of a network of metallic pipes of varying sizes embedded in rock. One prominent theory suggests that the pipes are the result of natural geological processes. Some researchers propose that the pipes could have formed through a process called iron mineralization, where iron-rich fluids flowed through existing rock formations, gradually creating tube-like structures over millions of years. This theory is supported by the presence of similar formations in other parts of the world. Another intriguing hypothesis posits that the pipes are fossilized tree roots or other organic matter that has undergone a process of metallic replacement over time. This explanation accounts for the branching nature of some of the pipe structures and their varying sizes. A more controversial theory, popular among some enthusiasts but dismissed by most scientists, suggests that the Baigong pipes are remnants of an ancient, technologically advanced civilization or even extraterrestrial visitors. However, there is no credible evidence to support these claims, and they remain in the realm of speculation rather than scientific inquiry. The Baltic Sea anomaly has sparked curiosity and debate among researchers since its discovery in 2011. This unusual formation, located on the floor of the northern Baltic Sea, has been the subject of various explanations and theories. Many scientists argue that the Baltic Sea anomaly is likely a natural geological formation. They suggest it could be a glacial deposit formed during the last ice age when glaciers scoured and shaped the seafloor. The unusual appearance of the structure might be due to the way sediments settled and hardened over thousands of years. Some researchers have proposed that the anomaly could be the result of underwater volcanic activity. This theory suggests that the structure formed from cooled lava flows or other volcanic processes, creating its distinct shape and features. However, given the geological history of the Baltic Sea region, this explanation is considered less likely by many experts. While some enthusiasts have speculated about artificial origins, including theories of sunken UFOs or ancient structures, these ideas lack scientific support. Most researchers emphasize the importance of thorough scientific investigation and caution against jumping to extraordinary conclusions without solid evidence. The study of the Baltic Sea anomaly continues, with ongoing efforts to gather more data and conduct detailed analyses to better understand its true nature and origin. The Cocknow Stone, a remarkable prehistoric artifact found in West Dunbartonshire, Scotland, is shrouded in enigma. This massive rock slab, measuring about 40 feet by 20 feet, bears intricate carvings that have puzzled archaeologists and historians for generations. The stone features a complex array of cup and ring marks, spirals, and other geometric patterns that were etched into its surface thousands of years ago. One of the primary mysteries surrounding the Cocknow Stone is its purpose. Experts have proposed various theories, ranging from astronomical charts to maps of the local area. Some suggest it might have been used for religious or ceremonial purposes, while others speculate it could have been a form of prehistoric art. The true intention behind these ancient markings remains elusive, leaving researchers to grapple with the stone's cryptic message. The age of the Cocknow Stone is another subject of debate. While most experts agree that it dates back to the Neolithic or Bronze Age, pinpointing an exact time of creation has proven challenging. This uncertainty adds to the intrigue surrounding the artifact, as it represents a tangible link to a distant past we still struggle to fully understand. Perhaps the most perplexing aspect of the Cocknow Stone is its similarity to other carved stones found across Europe. These shared symbols and patterns suggest a widespread cultural phenomenon, raising questions about the movement of ideas and people in prehistoric times. The stone stands as a testament to the sophisticated nature of our ancestors and their ability to create enduring works of mystery that continue to captivate us millennia later. Archaeologists have long been intrigued by the enigmatic Band of Holes in Peru, a mysterious series of small pits stretching across the Pisco Valley. This ancient structure, consisting of thousands of shallow holes dug into the ground, has puzzled researchers for decades. While its exact purpose remains a subject of debate, several theories have emerged based on careful study and analysis. One prevailing interpretation suggests that the Band of Holes served as a sophisticated accounting or record-keeping system for the Inca Empire. Some experts believe these pits might have been used to store and organize different agricultural goods, with each hole representing a specific quantity or type of product. This theory aligns with the Incas' known use of complex administrative systems to manage their vast empire. Another hypothesis proposes that the Band of Holes had astronomical significance. Some researchers argue that the arrangement of the pits might have been used to track celestial movements or mark important dates in the Inca calendar. This idea is supported by the Incas' documented interest in astronomy and their practice of aligning structures with celestial events. A more recent interpretation suggests that the Band of Holes could have been part of a large-scale water management system. Given the arid climate of the region, some archaeologists speculate that these pits might have been used to collect and distribute water efficiently, possibly in conjunction with nearby aqueducts. While no definitive conclusion has been reached, ongoing research continues to shed light on this fascinating archaeological mystery, offering new insights into the ingenuity and complexity of ancient Andean civilizations. The Richat structure in Mauritania, also known as the Eye of the Sahara, has intrigued scientists for decades. This circular feature, spanning about 40 kilometers in diameter, has been the subject of several theories regarding its formation. One prominent theory suggests that the Richat structure is an eroded geological dome. According to this explanation, the eye-like formation resulted from differential erosion of alternating layers of hard and soft rock that were pushed upward by underlying volcanic activity. Over millions of years, wind and water gradually wore away the softer layers, leaving behind the concentric rings we see today. Another hypothesis proposes that the structure might be the result of a massive meteorite impact. However, this theory has largely fallen out of favor among geologists due to the lack of evidence typically associated with impact craters, such as shocked quartz or a central peak. A more recent theory suggests that the Richat structure could be the remnant of a megaplume, a massive upwelling of molten rock from deep within the Earth. This idea posits that the circular shape and concentric rings were formed as the plume pushed up through the crust, creating a dome-like structure that was subsequently eroded. While intriguing, this theory requires further investigation to be widely accepted in the scientific community. The underwater formations discovered off the coast of Cuba in 2001 have sparked intense debate among researchers and archaeologists. These structures, found at depths of about 2,000 feet, consist of smooth, geometrically shaped stones that appear to form roads, pyramids, and buildings. Some researchers initially speculated that these formations could be the remains of an ancient, previously unknown civilization. However, the scientific consensus leans towards a natural explanation for these underwater structures. Geologists argue that the formations are likely the result of unique geological processes rather than human construction. They point to similar formations found in other parts of the world, which have been conclusively identified as natural occurrences. One leading theory suggests that these structures are the product of volcanic activity combined with erosion and sediment deposition over millions of years. The seemingly geometric shapes and smooth surfaces could be attributed to the way certain types of rock fracture and erode under specific conditions. Additionally, the extreme depth at which these formations are found makes it highly improbable that they were built by an ancient civilization. While the idea of a lost underwater city captures the imagination, researchers emphasize the importance of rigorous scientific investigation before drawing conclusions. They continue to study these formations using advanced sonar and underwater imaging techniques to better understand their composition and origin. The ongoing research serves as a reminder of how much we still have to learn about our planet's geological history and the complex processes that shape underwater landscapes. The stone spheres of Costa Rica, also known as the Dique spheres, are a collection of over 300 perfectly rounded stone orbs scattered throughout the Diques Delta and Isla del Caño in Costa Rica. These enigmatic spheres, varying in size from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter, have puzzled archaeologists and researchers for decades since their discovery in the 1930s. One of the primary mysteries surrounding these spheres is their purpose. Despite extensive research, scientists have not been able to definitively determine why these spheres were created. Some theories suggest they were used for astronomical purposes, possibly aligning with celestial bodies or serving as a primitive calendar. Others propose they were status symbols for ancient chiefs or had religious significance in long-lost rituals. The precision of their shape is another source of wonder. The spheres are remarkably close to perfect, with some deviating from an ideal sphere by only a few millimeters. This level of craftsmanship is astounding, considering they were created by pre-Columbian civilizations without the use of metal tools or advanced measuring devices. How the ancient artisans achieved such accuracy remains a subject of debate and admiration. Perhaps the most intriguing mystery is the identity of their creators. While it is believed that the indigenous Dique culture was responsible for crafting these spheres, little is known about this civilization. The lack of written records or oral traditions explaining their creation adds to the allure and mystery surrounding these ancient stone marvels. As research continues, the stone spheres of Costa Rica remain a testament to the ingenuity and skill of ancient civilizations, inviting us to ponder the secrets of our past. Archaeologists have made fascinating discoveries about the Göbekli Circle, an ancient structure located in Germany that dates back approximately 7,000 years. This circular enclosure, constructed during the Neolithic period, has provided valuable insights into early European astronomy and cultural practices. The Göbekli Circle consists of concentric rings of earthen banks and wooden palisades, with carefully aligned gates that correspond to the rising and setting points of the sun during the winter and summer solstices. This precise astronomical alignment suggests that the site served as an early solar observatory, allowing its creators to track the changing seasons and potentially predict important agricultural events. Beyond its astronomical function, archaeologists believe the Göbekli Circle likely held significant ritual and social importance for the local Neolithic communities. Evidence of animal bones and pottery fragments found at the site indicates that it may have been used for ceremonial gatherings or religious rituals centered around the solar cycle. Some researchers propose that these events could have reinforced social bonds and cultural practices within the community. The construction of the Göbekli Circle demonstrates the advanced knowledge and organizational skills of its Neolithic builders. Creating such a precise structure required careful planning, an understanding of geometry, and the ability to mobilize a significant workforce. This level of sophistication challenges previous assumptions about the capabilities of early European farming societies and provides a window into their complex social structures and belief systems. The underwater structures off the coast of Japan, known as the Yonaguni Monument, have sparked intriguing theories about their origin. Some researchers propose that these formations are the remnants of an ancient civilization, possibly dating back to the last ice age. They point to seemingly geometric shapes and what appear to be terraces, steps, and platforms as evidence of human intervention. However, many geologists argue that the Yonaguni structures are entirely natural formations. They suggest that the monument's distinctive features result from the erosion of sandstone layers over thousands of years. The region's tectonic activity and strong ocean currents could have contributed to shaping these underwater formations. A third theory combines elements of both natural and human-made origins. This hypothesis suggests that while the basic structure might be natural, ancient inhabitants of the area could have modified and enhanced it for various purposes, such as ceremonial use or as a quarry site. Despite ongoing debate, no conclusive evidence has been found to support the idea of an ancient civilization creating these structures. The lack of artifacts or other archaeological evidence in the vicinity has led most scientists to favor the natural formation theory. Nonetheless, the Yonaguni Monument continues to fascinate researchers and the public alike, serving as a reminder of the many mysteries that still lie beneath the ocean's surface. Archaeologists and geneticists face intriguing challenges when confronted with haplogroups that do not align with established migration patterns. These unexpected genetic markers often spark new theories and lead to re-evaluations of human history. One explanation for such inconsistencies is the occurrence of small-scale migrations that were previously unknown or undocumented. These movements might have involved small groups of individuals who traveled far from their original populations, leaving behind genetic traces that seem out of place. Another possibility is the phenomenon of genetic drift, where certain genetic variations become more prevalent in isolated populations over time. This can result in the emergence of unique haplogroups that do not match the surrounding genetic landscape. Additionally, researchers consider the effects of natural selection, which can favor certain genetic traits in specific environments, leading to the persistence of unexpected haplogroups. Trade routes and cultural exchanges also play a role in explaining these genetic puzzles. Long-distance traders, explorers, or even captives could have introduced new genetic material into distant populations. Over generations, these introduced genes could become established within the local gene pool, creating patterns that seem to contradict the broader migration narrative. Importantly, our understanding of ancient migration patterns is constantly evolving. New archaeological discoveries and advancements in genetic analysis techniques frequently lead to revisions of previously accepted theories. The presence of inconsistent haplogroups often serves as a catalyst for further research, pushing scientists to dig deeper into the complex tapestry of human movement and interaction throughout history. The Paracas' elongated skulls, discovered in Peru, have long puzzled scientists and sparked intense debate. These unusual cranial structures, dating back over 2,000 years, exhibit features that set them apart from typical examples of artificial cranial deformation practiced by many ancient cultures. One of the most intriguing aspects of these skulls is their genetic makeup. DNA analysis has revealed unexpected results, with some samples showing genetic markers that do not correspond to any known human population. This has led to speculation about their origins, with some researchers suggesting the possibility of a previously unknown human subspecies or even extraterrestrial influence. However, mainstream scientists urge caution in interpreting these results. They point out that contamination, degradation of genetic material over time, and limitations in current DNA analysis techniques could account for some of the anomalous findings. Additionally, the complex history of human migration and intermixing in South America complicates efforts to identify the precise origins of these individuals. Despite ongoing research, many questions remain unanswered. The unusually large cranial capacity of some Paracas skulls, which exceeds that of average modern humans, continues to challenge our understanding of human variation and evolution. As technology advances and more samples are studied, scientists hope to unravel the mysteries surrounding these enigmatic skulls and shed light on the diverse human populations that once inhabited ancient Peru. Researchers studying the genetic diversity of ancient American populations have made significant discoveries that shed light on the complex history of human migration and settlement in the Americas. By analyzing DNA extracted from ancient human remains, scientists have uncovered a wealth of information about the origins and movements of early American inhabitants. One key finding is that the genetic makeup of ancient American populations was more diverse than previously thought. This diversity suggests multiple waves of migration into the Americas, rather than a single founding population. Genetic evidence indicates that the earliest settlers likely arrived from Siberia, crossing the Bering Land Bridge during the last ice age, approximately 20,000 years ago. However, researchers have also found genetic signatures that do not fit neatly into this model. Some ancient DNA samples show connections to Australasian populations, hinting at possible Pacific migrations. Additionally, certain Native American groups show genetic links to ancient North Eurasian populations, suggesting a more complex pattern of ancestral mixing before the main migration events. These genetic studies have also revealed how ancient American populations changed and adapted over time. For instance, researchers have identified genetic adaptations related to diet, disease resistance, and environmental factors that emerged as people spread across the diverse landscapes of North and South America. This information helps paint a more detailed picture of how early Americans lived and evolved in their new environments, providing valuable insights into the rich tapestry of human history in the Americas. Native American legends of red-haired giants have intrigued researchers and sparked various theories about their origin. Some anthropologists suggest these stories might be based on encounters with an unknown group of early settlers in North America. One theory proposes that these legends could be linked to the Denisovans, an extinct species of archaic humans known for their large size. However, there is currently no scientific evidence to support the existence of Denisovan populations in North America. Another hypothesis connects these legends to Viking explorations of North America. Norse settlers, some of whom may have had red hair, could have interacted with Native American populations, leading to stories of unusually tall, fair-skinned people. This theory, while interesting, lacks substantial archaeological evidence to support widespread Viking presence beyond limited settlements in Newfoundland. Some researchers have explored the possibility that these legends might be based on exaggerated accounts of encounters with other Native American tribes. Differences in physical appearance and cultural practices between groups could have been amplified over time, resulting in tales of giant, red-haired beings. This explanation aligns with the common phenomenon of folklore embellishing real events or encounters. It is important to note that while these theories attempt to explain the origins of red-haired giant legends, none have been conclusively proven. The stories remain a fascinating aspect of Native American folklore, blending elements of history, cultural memory, and imagination. Ongoing archaeological and genetic research may provide new insights into the possible foundations of these enduring legends. The discovery of European DNA in pre-Columbian American remains has puzzled archaeologists and geneticists alike, challenging our understanding of early human migrations. This unexpected finding has led to several hypotheses and intense scientific debate. One explanation suggests there might have been earlier, undocumented contact between Europeans and Native Americans before Christopher Columbus's famous voyage in 1492. Some researchers propose that Viking explorers, who we know reached Greenland and Newfoundland around 1000 CE, might have ventured further into the Americas and interacted with indigenous populations. Another possibility is that the European genetic markers found in these ancient remains result from back migration. This theory posits that some ancestors of Native Americans, after crossing the Bering Land Bridge into the Americas, later returned to Eurasia and mixed with European populations. Their descendants then migrated back to the Americas, carrying European DNA with them. However, it is crucial to note that the presence of European DNA in pre-Columbian remains is still a topic of ongoing research and debate. Some scientists caution that contamination of samples or errors in dating methods could lead to misleading results. As technology advances and more samples are analyzed, our understanding of ancient human migrations and genetic mixing continues to evolve, reminding us that the story of human prehistory is far more complex than we once thought. The genetic makeup of ancient Egyptians has long intrigued scientists and historians alike. Recent studies have shed new light on this fascinating topic, revealing surprising insights into the origins and evolution of this remarkable civilization. DNA analysis of mummified remains has shown that ancient Egyptians were more closely related to people from the Near East and Levant regions than to modern-day Egyptians. This suggests a significant shift in the genetic landscape of Egypt over the millennia. The ancient population had less sub-Saharan African ancestry than previously thought, challenging some long-held assumptions about the demographic history of the region. One of the most puzzling aspects of ancient Egyptian genetics is the presence of certain genes associated with light skin and hair. These traits are not commonly found in modern Egyptian populations, raising questions about the physical appearance of ancient Egyptians and the environmental factors that might have influenced their genetic makeup. Another intriguing mystery surrounds the genetic diversity within the ancient Egyptian royal families. Studies of royal mummies have revealed evidence of inbreeding, particularly in the later dynasties. This practice may have contributed to genetic disorders and health issues among the ruling class, potentially influencing the course of Egyptian history. The full extent and consequences of this inbreeding remain a subject of ongoing research and debate among scholars. Genetic evidence of interbreeding between humans and other hominid species has revolutionized our understanding of human evolution. Researchers analyze ancient DNA extracted from fossilized bones and compare it with the genomes of modern humans to uncover traces of our extinct relatives. One of the most significant findings is the presence of Neanderthal DNA in non-African populations. Scientists have discovered that people of European and Asian descent carry between 1% and 4% Neanderthal DNA in their genomes. This suggests that early humans interbred with Neanderthals after leaving Africa, likely in the Middle East or Europe. Similarly, genetic studies have revealed that some modern human populations, particularly those in Oceania, carry DNA from another extinct hominid species called Denisovans. The highest concentrations of Denisovan DNA are found in people from Papua New Guinea and Aboriginal Australians, indicating that their ancestors interbred with Denisovans in Southeast Asia or Oceania. These genetic traces provide valuable insights into human migration patterns and the complex interactions between different hominid species. Researchers use sophisticated computational methods to identify and date these interbreeding events, helping to reconstruct the timeline of human evolution and dispersal across the globe. This evidence challenges the notion of a simple, linear human evolution and paints a picture of a more intricate and interconnected past. The Basque people have long fascinated geneticists and anthropologists due to their unique language and cultural identity. Several theories exist regarding their genetic origins, each supported by different lines of evidence. One prominent theory suggests that the Basque population represents direct descendants of the original hunter-gatherers who inhabited Europe before the spread of agriculture. This idea is supported by genetic studies showing that Basques have a high frequency of certain genetic markers associated with pre-Neolithic European populations. Another theory proposes that the Basques are remnants of an ancient population that spread across Europe during the last ice age, around 20,000 years ago. This hypothesis is based on the distribution of specific genetic variants found in high frequencies among Basques and other isolated European populations. Some researchers argue for a more recent origin, suggesting that the Basque genetic profile resulted from a complex mixture of different populations that arrived in the region over several thousand years. This theory emphasizes the importance of the Pyrenees Mountains in creating a geographical barrier that allowed the Basque population to develop its distinct genetic characteristics. Archaeologists and geneticists have uncovered fascinating evidence of rapid genetic changes in ancient populations, revealing a complex interplay of factors that shaped human evolution. These swift alterations in genetic makeup often occurred over just a few generations, challenging our understanding of evolutionary timescales. One key explanation for these rapid changes is the influence of significant environmental shifts. As ancient populations faced new climates, food sources, or living conditions, individuals with certain genetic traits were more likely to survive and reproduce. This process of natural selection could quickly amplify beneficial genes throughout a population, especially in smaller groups where genetic changes could spread more rapidly. Migration and interbreeding between different populations also played a crucial role in driving rapid genetic changes. When groups with distinct genetic profiles came into contact and mixed, their offspring could inherit a unique combination of traits from both parent populations. This genetic admixture could introduce new variations and potentially advantageous traits, leading to swift changes in the overall genetic makeup of a population. Additionally, some researchers propose that cultural innovations and social changes could have accelerated genetic evolution. For example, the adoption of agriculture led to significant dietary changes and new disease exposures, potentially favoring certain genetic adaptations. These findings highlight the intricate relationship between human culture, environment, and biology, demonstrating how our species has continually adapted to new challenges throughout history. The Andaman Islanders, inhabitants of the remote Andaman Islands in the Bay of Bengal, have long fascinated geneticists and anthropologists due to their unique genetic makeup. These isolated populations offer a rare glimpse into human genetic diversity and evolution, presenting several intriguing mysteries. One of the most compelling aspects of the Andaman Islanders' genetics is their connection to some of the earliest human migrations out of Africa. Studies have shown that their DNA contains genetic markers that are among the oldest found outside of Africa, suggesting that these populations may be direct descendants of the first humans to leave the African continent tens of thousands of years ago. Another mystery surrounds the Andamaneses' remarkable resistance to certain diseases. Research has indicated that they possess genetic variations that provide protection against malaria, a disease that has plagued tropical regions for millennia. This adaptation raises questions about how isolated populations evolve unique genetic traits in response to their specific environments. The genetic isolation of the Andaman Islanders has also led to reduced genetic diversity within their population. This limited gene pool presents both challenges and opportunities for genetic research. Scientists are studying how this genetic homogeneity affects the islanders' health, longevity, and susceptibility to modern diseases, providing insights into the complex interplay between genetics and environmental factors in human health.